Okay.
As a continent, AFRIMETS also, working with the AU, we have the PACI, which is the Pan-African Infrastructure Institute, the PACI. And I'm the incoming chair of PACI. So we've been able to position metrology in Africa as one of the key arms of the continent to promote metrology.
Okay.
So I think this is very, very good because now AU has taken metrology as a key deliverable or a key instrument of development in the continent.
And I actually like that.
Yes.
But I am a novice to this, you can imagine. I mean, the first time I was here, maybe 3 months ago, I remember the first time I was told, metrology. I had to look it up and I was like, the science of measurement. And from that moment I was sold. From that moment I was sold. However, as a current president and chair, what is your key message, not just to your delegates this year, but also to us? Because, you know, we are sitting on a digital platform and it is here for posterity. What would you like to leave us with as we look forward not only to this conference in the next taking place over 5 days, but going forward?
Measurements is key. We do measurements on daily basis and every second.
Yes.
As we are sitting here, the chair I'm sitting on, a lot of measurements was done to show that it can support my weight. The lights that we are using here, there are a lot of measurements to make sure that we get quality pictures.
Yes.
Also, even the contact lenses that our children are using, a lot of measurements. So if those measurements are not correct, you can imagine the kind of challenges you can have.
Yes.
If you're going to the hospital to get X-ray or for a CT scan, and if those doses are not correct, you will have injuries or you have misdiagnosis.
Yes.
So it's very important that we always insist on accurate measurements. We invest in metrology wherever you are. If you are in a manufacturing industry, you use calibration services. If you are in service industry, also check and insist that those providing you services can demonstrate traceability of the measurements they're using as they engage with you.
Because only then can we trust the results we're given.
Yes.
Yes.
And that way we make our country also competitive, because we are exporting and you are really using the services of measurements, and that your measurements are traceable, then people will have confidence in what you do.
Okay.
I remember many years we used to say, if it's made in Germany, it's good. Why? Because there's a lot of measurements there.
I'm Mutoko and I'm back at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It looks like you and I are going to be learning a lot from this place in the coming weeks and months. I'm returning for a very important conversation. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Henry Rotich. Now, he is the Director of Metrology, Science and Testing at KEBS, but he is also the current President and Chairman of AFRIMETS. So what I want to do first is ask you to tell us what AFRIMETS is, because to be honest, until 2 weeks ago, I had no idea.
Thank you, Carol. Metrology is the science of measurements.
That I learned from all of you.
Yes. So in the metrology world, we are organized in this way. We have the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, which is the apex body that governs metrology worldwide.
Okay.
So to improve the delivery of services, we have the regional metrology organizations.
Okay.
So we have one for Americas. We have one for Europe, which we call it Euramet. The Americas, we call it SIM. We have one for Asia, we call it APMP.
Okay.
We have one for the Russia, we call it KUMET. We also have one for the Middle East, CAFMET. Then for Africa, we have the AFRIMETS, which is the Intra-Africa Metrology Organization.
Okay.
So it is this is the regional metrology organization for Africa, which helps in coordinating metrology activities in Africa.
How many members?
We have 48 members, and then we also have some associates, and also we have some what we call the liaison institutions. So those are the regional metrology organizations, and our partners like PTB. We also have other national metrology institutes who also want to work with us.
So for the layperson who's saying that's nice, but what is your importance? Because it's always important that when a body is formed, people ask, wanafanyanga?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think the importance of the regional metrology organization is to bring together the member countries.
Yes.
And facilitate the intercomparison of measurements, and also establish traceability of the measurements that are being done in this region and compared with the international organizations, and also link it up to the SI unit at the meter. We are in Africa. We have the full members. So where we have Kenya, we have Egypt, we have South Africa, we have Morocco, we have Tunisia. Those are the 5 countries who are the full members of the Meter Convention. Then we have a number of other associates, like Zimbabwe is an associate, Tanzania is an associate. So these countries, they participate in activities of the Meter Convention. One of them is intercomparisons, where we compare our measurements with the other national metrology institutes. This way, it creates what we call confidence, because if I do measurements with you, you can see how I perform. We can always discuss and improve.
And trust.
Yes, and then we improve the confidence in those measurements.
So I understand from the 29th of July all the way to the 2nd of August?
Yes.
You've got what you call the General Assembly and related technical meetings. It's a meeting, so actually those technical meetings is what you're telling me about, instilling confidence and trusting that what they do, we do. When we receive a measurement from that other country, tunaweza kusema, we know what they do and how they do it.
Yes.
These technical meetings, I mean, we will not be privy. So give us a little, taste of what it is that happens.
I'm sure when you're in secondary school, you learned about the SI units.
Yes.
We have the mass, where we have the kilogram.
Grams, yes.
We have the Kelvin for temperature. We have the candela for light. We also have the second for time. So all these are the SI units. So in metrology, we organize our technical committees along those SI units.
Oh,
yes.
So people of light meet.
Yes, so get people who are involved in length. They will be having a meeting to discuss the technical issues and also plan for comparisons of their for the, what we call calibration and measurement capability.
All right.
Because once you have developed your capability and you participate in the key comparisons with other national metrology institutes and your measurements are good, then you can measurements in the national weights and measures key comparison database. And this is accessible. People can see to do business in Kenya. I can see the capability of Kenya in that database.
Okay, so once that is done, and I'm liking this, there's actually technical meetings, and the people at discipline meet.
They meet.
So at some point, will you be showing off your labs?
I mean, the event is not complete before people can come and see your labs. So actually, the last on Thursday we have a tour of our labs.
Yes.
And so we welcome those who will be attending and see our labs. Also, those experts who will be here will also so they can give us ideas on areas of improvement, or they can also get ideas on how they can also improve the areas.
Improve.
And remember, in metrology, the main goal is to build confidence and also to make sure that the measurements we are doing are comparable. When they come, they can actually look at the equipment we are using. They can also advise us on the areas we need to improve. They can also get some advice from us. So
okay.
Because the desire is, we say, once tested, acceptable everywhere.
Whoa.
Because if I trust your measurements
and
I see your certificate, I don't need to do again. It will cut the cost of doing business.
Very true.
For our and our exporters. Because once we have that certificate, then the others recognize that certificate and they accept without retesting or need for calibration.
That's very true.
Yes.
I would like to say to the AFRIMETS delegates, welcome, and please. It is state of the art. It really is.
It
really is in Africa.
Yeah, it's one of the few.
Yes.
We've installation. We've done comparison because in you can never offer a service before you look at how your measurement performs compared with others.
Against another.
Yes. So we've done that. And now
standards. The provides national system of units SI in line with KEB's corporate vision, mission, goals, and strategies. This is its technical support to the economic, social, and political pillars that underpin the Kenya Vision 2030.
we are linked to the international systems of measurements through Bureau of Standards. We keep the measurements for Kenya on various SI units, pressure, temperature, photometry. We also look at length, and also when you look at radiation.
Kenya Bureau of Standards is a statutory government agency that usually maintains standards. We are a Bureau of Standards. So there are two kinds of standards. Elementary standards, and then you have the measurement standards.
A document gives a specification of
specification, products, or services. to the customers. So for example, this one is a standard specification for cheese. So cheese that is produced in the So we have Kelvin for thermodynamic temperature. We have meter for length or dimension. We have second for time. We have ampere for current electricity. We have candela for luminous intensity. We have mole for amount of substance.
If you are exporting tea, for example, to the UK, it's your desire as a trader that when the levels of residues have been measured in Kenya and they are measured at the receiving market, there should not be variations. And that's why we're talking about comparability of those measurements, that what you measure in Kenya is comparable. And that way, it builds the confidence in trade and facilities in trade. Also, it helps in removing technical barriers to trade.
Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department then disseminates this traceability as its mandate throughout the country through calibrations and piloting comparisons. Additionally, KEB's Metrology Department performs training of industry players to build their competences and bolster the overall national quality infrastructure.
So the manufacturer is, we test their competence to determine the amount amount that is present in the sample. That's number one. Number two, we have this reference material that we use now for the calibration of the equipment that they use. So this one we also produce for the industry laboratories to enable them to have competence so to calibrate and give accurate measurement results. Those fundamental constants of nature, we usually realize them scientifically. So the way you go to a supermarket or the way you go to a butchery and you want a kilo of meat, they would put meat and they would put a mass on one side. So if they balance out, then you say that I've been given a kilo of meat. So that mass that is used, that's an artifact that is derived from a standard kilogram that is maintained by Kenya Bureau of Standards.
The department has calibration centers, which are the legal entities that perform calibration within the country. The traceability from the department and accreditation by KENAS ensures that the laboratories perform traceability measures and calibrations in line with the requirements of the ISO number 17025.
We have 14 labs in metrology, and these labs, they are custodians of the measurement standard for the country. We have mass lab, where we calibrate masses for the industry, and we also establish traceability to the SI unit. So Kenya, we are keeping the national prototype, which is N95 for Kenya. So, and then we have pressure lab, where we calibrate for the industry, pressure gauges, even the blood pressure machines, we calibrate here. So we establish traceability of those measurements to the SI unit, and then we also help the industry to calibrate so that in their production, their systems are accurate.
we have traceability. And through traceability, it is a hierarchy of measurement with our headquarters at BIPM in France. So depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
We also have FORCE, where we are doing a number of calibrations for industry, aviation industry, and also the road construction industry. We also have temperature, where we do measurements for industry.
Good morning once again. My name is Redempta Cherotich from Kenya Bureau of Standards. I will be your MC today. We are just waiting for our chief guest to arrive, and while we wait, I wish to invite our choir. We have a choir at Kenya Bureau of Standards to just entertain us as we wait, yeah? So welcome our KEBS choir. Kindly proceed to the podium, and we will be entertained with a few numbers from Kenya and other places. So karibu sana, KEBS choir, as we wait for our chief guest to arrive.
Yesu ni Alpha na Omega. Check. Okay. Please tupigieni makofi. Clap for us. Yes, as we continue. This is a Kebs choir and we are here to entertain you. So it's either you clap for us when you finish any song or you stand up, we dance together. Karibuni sana eh? Yes.
The full okay.
Nakupenda malaika, malaika, nakupenda malaika, nakupenda malaika, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika.
There are two there is one.
Nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Zasumbua roho yangu, pesa zasumbua roho yangu, nami nifanyeje? Kijana mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Nashindwa na mali sina, we ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika. Ningekuoa malaika. Haoko o mwana mer, o mwana mayeye, shipesi o mwana shiduswa, o mwana swehe, o mwana yenyine. Haoko, haoko.
Nimepanda milima na mabonde, nimepita misitu na nyika kaogelea, mito na bahari aoko, aoko, aoko. Nimekutana na vipusa, nyuso zinazong'aa, meno maziwa, machogololi, mwanya mdomoni, aoko, aoko, yeye. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. 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 Nifikiria kwa Oko, sili sisiki, sura yangu tabasamu, roho haiduni, bali hurukaruka. Aoko, 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 aoko. O mwana mer, o mwana maye shipenzi, mwana shindunguzwa, o mwana swere, o mwana yenye. Aoko, aoko, yeye. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Wananiuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Uko wapi mama? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Uko wapi sheri? Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Masheri, musiki bila jasho.
Na haisete ilima ngai kuruka meriko ngadigi nyamititu na tufira iriaine no dire dona ongetawe we wakwa nisemanete na ariadaka magego meru mahana iria marijarome iria iganago maido manene himono tandongu.
Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Ni mama. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Wananiuliza, nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko.
Voilà que je vous parle, femme de beauté extraordinaire. Vous éclairez ma vie et vous me donnez la raison de vivre. À vrai parler, vous me faites toujours content.
Na kuendesia waitoneka ona emwe kwasiananzika kana ningwendete
kaneno wodi katagitimbe magi duto gimago maluoro kiwachadiera aheri ya Oko. C'est-à-dire que je t'aime ma chérie. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Ni mama. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Nairobi yote. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko. Wananiuliza. Nimetembea sijamuona msichana kama Oko.
Votre comportement est vraiment ravissante. Votre allure frappante. Je dois avouer que je t'aime ma chérie Aoko.
Thank you so much.
jaber koada kodiaga berne ang'eyo adwaro mondo ang'eye ka chunyi ni kure mondo abedi kabaro chunya pod medo gombi an Kisumu
kahowaga kwai mwendo awangoro goro ya kwayode gotire nyendete haya dokana niye dagodaida oina modoka naniye.
Yes, they say muziki bila jasho. Ukicheza rumba sio lazima uoge.
Ulijendario nerisevario yanza ive moyanze wenyanga goreni ive no yanza nyanga uze ove uwanje kahowaga kwai mwendo awangoro goro ya kwayode gotire nyendete haya dokana niye dagodaida oina modoka naniye.
Jona rubinyo chunyisa Mombasa bede peji Tubipi Nyakane warongo
Omuhanu mulahi wanje
Yanza Ibe damu Yanza ibe wanje
Omuhana munolu wanje
Yanza Ibe damu Yanza ibe wanje
Gotire ogeno we wiki
Asha Teo kete onge Nowe wako watele Kasaimo
Nyendere gwendera komisi
Asha Teo kete onge Nowe wako watele Verne estudia, verne cortizo, verne estudia, verne wakwa no wende okete, wakwa no wende okete, la kuyanza muhana wanje, la kuyanza muhana wanje. Hapo tu. Yes, now we want to give you. Thank you very much.
Piga makofi bwana.
Thank you,
Yes.
asante. That is the only way to appreciate African music if you cannot dance to it. So we want to give you a song that most of you know it. It's our own rendition, but the most famous, Amazing Grace.
The Bible tells us that we should repent our sins and see the light of God. Oh, amazing grace, how sweet the sound. We shall see the light indeed.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a
how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. I see. Oh, one. I can see, I can see, I can see, I can see, brothers and sisters, I can see, surely brothers, I can see, I was blind, but I can see now, I can see, I can see, I've lived in darkness, but now I can see, hallelujah. I can see, I can see, I can see, I can see. I've lived in denial, but now I see. I've lived in shame, till Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. I see, I see, I see, I see. Walla, 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 wa Mesia, wa Mesia, wa Mesia, wa Mesia, waro, 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 wa Mesia, wa Mesia. I can see, I can see, I can see, I can see, waro, waro, wa Mesia, waro, wa Mesia, wa Mesia, walla, 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 walla.
Good morning. Let's be all upstanding for a word of prayer by Jacqueline.
Let's honor God. Father, in the name of Jesus, we thank you, we lift up your name for who you are, for your greatness and for your faithfulness. Father, we thank you this morning for giving us an opportunity to see this first day of August 2024. It has taken your hand for us to see a day like this. Father, we want to thank you and appreciate you. And we welcome you to grace this occasion, the opening of AFRIMETS GA meeting. Father, we thank you. We commit all our guests. We want to commit all our peers, our National Standard Chair, Managing Director, all the directors present, international and national guests. We commit all of them before you. We pray, Lord God of glory, that as we begin this meeting, Father, be with us, that this meeting shall be that of benefit to us as a nation and Africa at large. May your name be glorified, may your name be honored. In Jesus' name I pray and believe.
Let's remain upstanding for the national anthem and the East African community anthem. The choir, please. Thank you very much. We may take our seats. We may take our seats. We wish to recognize the presence of our PS Industrialization, Dr. Juma Mkwana. We also recognize the presence of our representative of the chair of the National Standards Council, Madam Momanyi Nyaboni. We also recognize the AUC representative, Dr. Oswald, and we also recognize Dr. Liu, and we recognize Dr. Masuku, who is the current chair of the AFRIMETS. We also recognize the NMI directors present, the CEOs, our international partners, including PTB representative, Mr. Martin Kaiser. We recognize the RMOs represented here, both physically and online, all the countries that have made time to attend this international General Assembly, AFRIMETS. Other guests, the stakeholders, participants, our customers, the exhibitors, the media, and KEB staff. We welcome you to the 17th AFRIMETS General Assembly. We are happy to host you as Kenya and as KEBs, and we hope that you've enjoyed your stay and that you've had an opportunity to connect. You have had an opportunity to create new relations that are going to take AFRIMETS to the next level. We wish to welcome Dr. Rotich to come and make his remarks as he welcomes us to this meeting. Welcome, Dr. Rotich. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes.
Good. Thank you very much. The PS, all protocols observed. I have the pleasure to welcome you to the 17th AFRIMETS GA, which is being held here in Kenya. The last 2 GAs has been held in Egypt, courtesy of the government of Egypt, and we are very happy that the Kenyan government was gracious enough to host us here. We have a number of metrology institutes who are represented here. The first 2 days, we've had the meeting of the working groups, technical working groups, and yesterday we had a sensitization workshop where we are discussing issues of sustainability. We're looking at how we can have metrology activities for the next 100 years so that those forefathers and I don't know whether there's a word called foremothers, because it was ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who met in 1875 and agreed to set up the META Convention and the BIBM, and we have worked since then to promote metrology worldwide. Our goal is once measured, acceptable everywhere. So it's to bring down the trade barriers. So it's my pleasure to welcome all of you today. And I have a small presentation which I wanted to do. I hope it can be shared on the screen. Good. I think there's some small bit of waiting. Good. So at GIFCAST, I'm going to talk about metrology, especially in Africa. I'm the current chair of AFRIMETS, and today we are having our 17th AFRIMETS GA. Next slide, please. Good. So we know that we have an agenda at the continent, the 2063 aspirations, which were developed by the AU and the NEPAT, and some of them you can see here. I'll just mention a few of them. One of them is Prosperous Africa, based on inclusive growth
and sustainable development. We also have the second one, which I want to mention, the integrated continent, which is politically united based on ideals of Pan-Africanism. We also want to have an Africa where there's good governance, democracy, and human rights. And I think one of the other things that I wanted to mention was the idea of Africa where the development of people-driven, relying on potential offered by its women and children. So as metrology, we really want to make sure that we are measuring what we are doing so that we can be able to determine where we are going. It looks like good. Yes, next slide, please. So this is our agenda as Africa. By 2023, we want to achieve those goals. Now, when you look at the quality infrastructure, yesterday I mentioned that when you get on the bus, you believe that everything below you is functioning, that the wheels will move, the engine will be able to move, that there will be no emissions, you'll be safe in the vehicle, and in case of anything, you're okay. So we want to have application of all products and the processes. So metrology, we offer the services where we are linking the quality through calibration of equipments, the reference material, and we also do testing. We support the testing labs, we do research, and so when you look at this ecosystem, that helps to assure confidence. So we have the international system, and our metrology institutes links us with the international system and creates that confidence that we want to achieve. So we have a number of players, including accreditation. AFRAC is there. We also have certification of products, standardization. So we collaborate with a number of agencies to make sure that there's that confidence between what is produced here and what gets to the market. Next slide, please. So, PACI is the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Unit. Thank you. You're very proactive. Thank you. I think he has realized the challenges. So it's estimated that the AFCFTA, which most of our African countries have already ascended to it, is estimated to boost our potential in African trade by 52% through elimination of import duties and double its trade in the non-tariff barriers are also reduced. So remember, I mentioned that once tested, acceptable everywhere, meaning what we produce in Kenya can be acceptable across the continent without a need for retesting. Testing is always one of the biggest expense that business goes through. So some of the initiatives that we've done in under PACI is the issue of the e-platform, e-learning platform, so that information is accessible, we can build capacity and also be able to improve our capabilities. We also have the African Quality Policy, and I'm sure my friend from the AU will talk about it later. We also want to strengthen conformity assessment activities through what we do as metrology in calibration and also provision of traceability of those measurements. So as you can see, in the FCFT expected to expand its size of the African economy to $29 trillion by 2050. So metrology is very key in doing this. I mentioned about PACI, the pillars. We have AFRAC, sorry, I think they are moving too fast. We have AFRAC, the previous slide, please. I think it's taking long, but I can talk about it. We have AFRAC, then we have ARSO, and I think the SG is here with us. We also have AFSEC, AFRIMETS, and these are the pillars of the Pan-African quality infrastructure. So AFRIMETS is one of the pillars. ARSO is the other pillar. We also have AFSEC and also the AFRAC. So by collaborating together, we improve the quality infrastructure of our continent. So I mentioned the Meter Convention, which was signed in 1875, and with the formation of the BIBM. And you see, the economies have been growing, and to promote measurement comparisons, we now have the Regional Metrology Organization, which helps in coordinating comparisons in different areas. So we have the RMOs, we have SIM for the Americas, I think that one, yeah, we have SIM for the Americas, then we have the AFRIMETS for Africa, and we also have the CUMET for the countries in Russia, and then we have the Asia region, the APMB, and then we have the CAFMET. So through collaborations, through organizing intercomparisons, we are able to compare our measurements and also improve our capabilities within the region. So that is what yes, so the PIBM is the one which coordinates these comparisons through the regional metrology organizations that you see here. So the AFRIMETS, we have members from the continent. So all these countries within Africa, that's where we have the AFRIMETS. And you can see the other sub-RMOs within the continent that we have CEMAC-MET, EAMET for within the East African. Then we have the new MET for the countries in the north, SADC-MET, which is in the southern. And then we have ECOMET from the West African countries. So these are the membership. Within the AFRIMETS, we have 48 members, 6 in the new MET, and then we have the SADC-MET with the biggest number. And then EAMET, we have 5, and also the CEMAC-MET. So we have associate members. So these are people who are working with us. We have BTB with us. And then we also have other institutes like the IEA and also the PACI pillars are here with us. So all this is to work in collaboration to promote the quality infrastructure and improve the measurement capabilities. So we started with, we have 5 countries who are the signatories of the Meter Convention, and these are the countries which can participate in meetings at the PIBM, and they can also vote. So initially we were only 3, but as at last year, we are now 5. We have Morocco and Tunisia who are also the full members. You can also see the associates. They've also grown in numbers, and we are increasing in that order. So AFRIMETS and NAIROBI in 2023, you can see where we are covering, and then in 2024. So this is a significant shift showing the role metrology is playing and members are picking up. So the scientific metrology, as we mentioned earlier, we have the scientific and also we have the legal metrology. So that's the legal metrology, which is the weights and measures. I think most people know it by weights and measures. So that is, most of them, we have members and also the ones who are associates of the OIML. So you can also see there's growth in the area of legal metrology also. You can see the colors are improving. We're having more members in that direction. So the arrangements and the membership of Africa, we have the principal member states, and this is both in scientific and also in legal metrology. Then we have the ordinary members, and then we also have the associate members, which I mentioned earlier. And then we have the observer organizations who are there. And we know we have BTB here, is one of the institutions who is a member here. So then we have the General Assembly, which is the very, very important body for Africa, AFRIMETS, where decisions are taken and resolutions are passed. So we have the chairperson, then we have executive committee, which we have the vice chairs, we have the vice chairperson for scientific, the vice chairperson for legal metrology, and then we have also head of secretariat, and I think Dr. Lu has been running that position. Then we have representatives from NABARD, and also we've also elected vice chairs, legal, and also one of the vice chairs from scientific. And then we have also the French, because we also wanted to make sure that everybody is taken care of. Then we have the working groups. On Monday and Tuesday, we had the meetings of the working groups. And then, so we have the subcommittees handling the working groups. So currently, I'm the chair of AFRIMETS, and we have Dr. Wynand Lu, who has been the head of secretariat. I know he's retiring, and South Africa still offer to continue with that. So we have Donald Masuku, who is currently there. We have Paul Musimami from Uganda. He's the vice chair in the legal metrology. We also have Matthew Ranganai is here with us. He's the vice chair for scientific and industrial metrology. So these are the technical committees that we have. Very, very key, because these are the people who are coordinating our comparisons, making sure that those comparisons meet the requirements, and also processing them for publication. So as you can see from there, we have quite a number. We have Dr. Noah, who is the TC chairperson for quality systems. We have the TCMAS, we also electricity. So these are the various working groups that we have, and those are the chairpersons that are there. Of course, we will have elections today, and maybe some changes might happen there. So when you look at capabilities in measurement comparisons, this is very key, because it's a demonstration of the capabilities that underpin the services that you are offering in your country. So within AFRIMETS, you can see South Africa and MISA. They have the highest number of capabilities, and we can understand they were the first, and with Egypt, they were the first members of the MISA Convention. And then we have other countries, including Botswana. They've also found CMCs. So through the activities of the technical working groups, we are going to see a number of these CMCs. So these CMCs are critical because it is to underpin the services that you're offering in your country. So then when you look at the internationally accepted measurement capabilities, I think that is in areas, various disciplines. You remember I talked about the working groups, and you can see the number of CMCs. You can see electricity and magnesium is having the highest, and we also have others which are coming. We have chemical metrology, although I've not shown them here, but it's also a big area where we're having a number of capabilities. So when you look at the quality infrastructure against population, you can see as a continent, we still have a way to go, and I think that's why AFRIMETS is playing a very important role to move us towards blue. So we keep on building this infrastructure so that we can support the population that the continent is having. Now, when you look at the quality infrastructure against the competitiveness, although this data might be a bit old in 2010, but we're going to provide one. So when you look at that, you can see those economies which are really competitive in terms of the economy. You can see most of them, they are actually on the top quadrant, that the top to the right and the top there. So some of those countries there, you can see their quality infrastructure is well developed, but I think we are not doing very well, but we are working hard. And that's why, as AFRIMETS, our work is to move towards the right and the top through the initiatives that we are doing here. Now, when you look at the quality infrastructure against exports, you can see it follows the same pattern. Developed quality infrastructure gives competitiveness of your exports. I know within PACI, we have what is called Made in Africa. And I think SG will talk about that later. So we want what is made in Africa to be very competitive. So it needs a very good quality infrastructure so that we can improve the export of those products that are made in Africa. So I would like to thank you. I could talk the whole day, but we don't have that time. So it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Oswald to come and give remarks from the AU. Welcome.
If you don't keep track of adjustments being made to the program late in the day, you might get a surprise, such as the one I've just got. I thought my 10 was coming a little bit later than now, but nonetheless, it's a pleasure. Let me just get to the notes that I'm going to use to address you. And I apologize for keeping you in limbo for a few seconds. Almost there. Let me recognize and honor the PS who is gracing this occasion, and colleagues from the National Standards Council, of KEBS, the leadership of AFRIMETS, chairperson, the secretariat, the representatives of the other Pan-African quality infrastructure institutions. We've already noted the presence of the Secretary General of ARSO. All of us are representing our national metrology institutes across the continent who have made it to this 17th GA. We recognize you. Our colleagues who are our development partners, in particular, we note the presence of representatives from PTB Germany. And of course, we have a lot of colleagues that are joining us online, I believe, and we would like to recognize their presence and honor their contributions to this meeting. My name is Oswald Chinyamakovu. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor for Quality Infrastructure at the African Union Commission. And on behalf of our Commissioner, the AU Commissioner for Economic Development, Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, which we know for in short as ATIM, Ambassador Albert Muchanga, and my Acting Director for Industry, Minerals and Entrepreneurship, which is the division under which the program on quality infrastructure is coordinated, Mr. Charles Chumia. I wish to thank you once again, AFRIMETS, for extending an invitation to the AUC to participate at your 17th General Assembly, which is being held here in Kenya, hosted by the Kenya government through the Kenya Bureau of Standards. We note from the agenda that was shared with us that once again you have a loaded program covering executive committee meetings, technical committee meetings, a workshop, and indeed the General Assembly itself. This is a sign of a vibrant organization, and we are confident that the outputs of all your efforts are beneficial to the African Union. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly update you on developments at the AUC which are relevant to your work. You will recall that our heads of state and government adopted Africa Quality Policy in February 2022. Implementation of the Africa Quality Policy is vested in an Africa Quality Policy Council comprising diverse stakeholders. Just 2 months ago in May in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, at their 4th meeting, the AU Ministers Specialized Technical Committee for Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals met and formally endorsed the AQP Council and adopted its rules of procedure amongst the other work that they did at that meeting. This means that the AQP Council can now start its work in earnest, and much of their work will be to do with supporting the work of the African Quality Infrastructure Institutions, which we refer to as PACI, and of course, as we just heard, one of those institutions is the AFRIMETS. AFRIMETS nominated Mr. George Maswai to be their representative on the AQP Council, and we very much look forward to working with Mr. Maswai, and I trust that he will periodically provide feedback to AFRIMETS on the work being done by the AQPC. Also adopted by the Specialized Technical Committee in Malabo was the African Continental Technical Regulatory Framework, known as ACTREF in short. Now, the ACTREF's main objective is to provide a framework for cooperation and collaboration in technical regulation to achieve some level of convergence on technical regulations within the African Union, and so deal with technical barriers to trade arising from widely divergent technical regulations. All PACI institutions, including AFRIMETS, will play an important role in fulfilling the objectives of the ACTREF. As we all know, technical regulations constitute some of the most insidious technical barriers to trade, and indeed the AFCFTA will benefit from a system of cooperation across the continent which enables technical regulations to become less of an issue when we trade. The AUC is planning to hold the next Africa Quality Policy meeting in September this year, where the main agenda item will be development of the AQP Action Plan. By the time of your next General Assembly, AFRIMETS, we hope to report on the progress made in crafting the AQP implementation plans derived from the said action plan, and the role the AFRIMETS will be expected to play in this regard. In closing, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to thank AFRIMETS for their continued dedication to advancing measurement issues on the continent and for representing Africa at global metrology fora. You are the custodians of our technical wisdom in this area, and we count on you to provide the direction and counsel when it comes to matters relating to legal, industrial, and scientific metrology on this continent. Cognizant of the work that has already taken place earlier in the week, I still wish your meeting, your General Assembly, great success, and trust that your deliberations will be fruitful. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Oswald, and message from AU. It's my pleasure to invite our representative of our Managing Director, Dr. Geoffrey Morira, to give his remarks and also take over the program from there. Thank you. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you, Dr. Rotich. Our chief guest today, Principal Secretary, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, State Department for Industry, Dr. Juma Mkwana, representative of the Chairman, National Standards Council, Director Grace Momanyi, Director Generals or CEOs of various national metrology institutes in Africa represented here today, our guests from outside Africa, delegates from AFRIMETS, management and the staff of Kenyan Bureau of Standards, members of Fourth Estate, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Dr. Geoffrey Muriera. I am Director, Quality Assurance and Inspection, Kenyan Bureau of Standards. I stand here today to represent Kenyan Bureau of Standards Managing Director, Madam Esther Ngari. She's busy in another meeting, and I want to read her speech. Okay. It is with great honor and immense pleasure that I welcome you all to the 17th General Assembly of the Intra-Africa Metrology System here in the vibrant city of Nairobi. On behalf of the Kenyan Bureau of Standards and the entire Kenyan community, I extend our warmest greetings to each one of you who has traveled from various parts of our great continent and beyond to be part of this significant gathering. As we come together for this assembly, it is fitting to reflect on the theme of this year's World Metrology Day, which we celebrated on May 20th. That is measurement for sustainability. The theme underscores the critical importance of accurate measurement in fostering sustainable development, enhancing quality of life, and ensuring environmental stewardship. It provides a backdrop for our discussion here today and throughout this assembly. Metrology being the cornerstone of development. Metrology, the science of measurement, it's often underestimated, yet it is the base upon which modern societies and economies are built, from the food we consume to the infrastructure we rely on. Accurate and reliable measurements are indispensable. Metrology is foundational, not only to modern life, but also to human civilizations throughout history. The ancient Egyptians, renowned for their architectural marvels, were amongst the pioneers in metrology. The construction of the colossal pyramids, with their astonishing precision and alignment, is a demonstration to their advanced understanding of measurement. These structures were not merely tombs, but sophisticated engineering feats requiring meticulous calculations of angles, distances, and volumes. The Egyptians developed standardized units of measurement, such as the cubit, laying the groundwork for subsequent civilizations to refine and expand the science of measurement. Today, as we strive to build sustainable and prosperous African nations, we stand on the shoulders of these ancient giants, leveraging on metrology to shape our future. Metrology pervades every aspect of modern life, from ensuring the safety and the efficacy of medical treatment to facilitating international trade, from enhancing the reliability of infrastructure to driving technological innovation. Precise and reliable measurements are indispensable. In Africa, the significance of metrology cannot be overstated. It is a crucial enabler of industrial growth, agricultural productivity, and environmental protection, economic growth, and trade facilitation. For our continent to achieve its economic potential, we must have robust metrological systems in place. Accurate measurements are vital for trade, both within Africa and with global partners. They ensure that products meet international standards, fostering trust and competitiveness in the global market. That is in the spirit of once tested, once certified, accepted everywhere. This is particularly important as we strive to implement the African Continental Free Trade Area, which aims to create a single continental market for goods and services with the free movement of business persons and investments. Metrology will ensure that products from Africa are measured against the same standards as those from other parts of the world. This will eliminate technical barriers to trade, reduce costs, and enhance the credibility of African products. By so doing, it will open up new markets for our goods and services, driving economic growth and development across the continent. Allow me to talk about the role of AFRIMETS. As we convene under the auspices of AFRIMETS, we are reminded of the profound importance of regional cooperation and collaboration. AFRIMETS plays a crucial role in harmonizing metrological practices across our continent, fostering capacity building and promoting mutual recognition of measurements. Through AFRIMETS, we can share knowledge, resources, and expertise, thereby strengthening our collective metrological infrastructure. This collaborative effort is vital for overcoming the challenges we face and realizing our shared vision of a prosperous and sustainable Africa. AFRIMET has been instrumental in advancing metrology across Africa. Its initiatives have led to significant progress in harmonizing measurement standards, building capacity, and enhancing regional cooperation. Yet there remains much work to be done. We must continue to invest in research, development, and human capital to further bolster our metrology capabilities. By working together, we can create a future where metrology is deeply embedded into the fabric of African societies. A future where accurate measurements drive economic growth, improve public health, protect our environment, and enhance the overall well-being of our people. KEB's commitment to excellence. At the Kenya Bureau of Standards, we are deeply committed to advancing metrology both in Kenya and across Africa. Our investments in cutting-edge laboratories and comprehensive training programs reflect our dedication to enhancing our metrological capabilities. Our mission is to deliver precise and reliable measurements that support industry, safeguard consumers, and contribute to sustainable development. We are also grateful for the strong and supportive relationships we have cultivated with AFRIMETS National Metrology Institutes, particularly in comparisons for registration of calibration and measurement capabilities, CMCs. Thanks to this collaboration, Kenya has successfully registered 8 CMCs lying in the BIPM key comparison database over the past year, covering acoustics and vibration, resistance, and mass measurements. Hosting this year's AFRIMET General Assembly is a point of pride for us, and we eagerly anticipate engaging discussions and collaborative efforts. By working together, we can leverage the power of metrology to drive economic growth, enhance quality of life, and protect our environment. As I conclude, allow me to state that Africa, with its vast resources and burgeoning population, possesses immense potential. To realize this potential, we must prioritize the development of robust metrology infrastructure. This infrastructure is essential for our industrialization, trade, healthcare, agriculture, and environmental protection. It is the key to unlocking innovation, improving quality of life, and ensuring the sustainable development of our continent. I am confident that this 17th General Assembly will be a catalyst for further progress. Let us use this platform to share knowledge, exchange best practices, and forge new partnership. Together, we can build a stronger, more united Africa where metrology is a driving force for sustainable development. Thank you. Now, it's my honor to invite the representative of Chairman, National Standards Council, Director Omanyi, to make her remarks and invite our chief guest. Thank you.
Dr. Juma Mukwana, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Industry in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. The Managing Director of KEBS in absentia, Madam Esther Ngare. Dr. Lu, Head of AFRIMETS, General Secretariat, President and Vice Chairman of AFRIMETS, Secretary General of ARSO, international stakeholders, that is AUC, CIPM, PTB Germany, PACI, and other development partners, representatives from all sub-regional metrology organizations, esteemed metrology stakeholders in the industry and academia, management and staff of Kenya Bureau of Standards, distinguished guests. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome the great minds serving in the intra-Africa metrology system to Nairobi, the capital of Kenya, for what is no doubt an important assembly whose resolutions will impact Africa's unrelenting journey towards sustainable growth. Good morning. Good morning. Jambo. Jambo. Fantastic. This annual General Assembly provides a moment where we congregate as a continent to evaluate and appreciate the vitality of measurements in sustainable economic development, especially as it relates to quality control. I am excited that this 17th General Assembly of the AFRIMETS is taking place at this crucial moment when the continent is actively taking up space in current and impactful global affairs. As a matter of fact, the theme measurements for sustainability could not have been more apt. It shines a light on two key topics, that is measurements and sustainability, whose necessity to the global well-being cannot be overstated. It is indeed an honor for Kenya, through the Kenya Bureau of Standards, to host the 17th General Assembly of AFRIMETS, owing to the impact of metrology to the world's sustainability agenda. Distinguished guests, Africa is on the verge of accelerated growth. All indications point to the fact that the continent is poised to play a pivotal role in the world's current and future advancements in platforms concerning technology, innovation, trade, and general socioeconomic. This means that the continent must be prepared and ready to take on these new emerging leadership opportunities, as well as take up space in the global affairs. The conscious realization that measurements provide to the ever-growing uncertainties regarding our sustainable future is quite profound and invaluable. Bill Gates once said that, I have been struck again and again by how important measurements is at improving the human condition. Distinguished guests, as a country, Kenya acknowledges and embraces the significance of measurements as a catalyst for fair trade and the origination of standards. We are keen to establish an elaborate and functional measurement infrastructure that is not only based on our unique national pursuits, but also conforms and responds to the set global standards for the purposes of sustainable development. We have and shall continue to adopt the right policies that eliminate bottlenecks that may hinder trade and innovation. In this regard, the government's support for metrology has been witnessed in the continuous investments in acquiring state-of-the-art facilities for facilitating traceability to international measurement standards. This investment ensures that our industrial products meet the set standards and applicable regulations, and thus satisfy customer quality expectations. In this aspect, Kenya Bureau of Standards, as the custodian of the national quality standards, has a broad mandate to offer the most accurate measurement for our developing economy and facilitate sustainability in industrial production. In conclusion, let me take this opportunity to assure this great assembly that the Kenya Bureau of Standards is committed to supporting AFRIMETS' agenda as we look forward to moving Africa ahead in the sphere of standards. I look forward to such fruitful engagements where we come as a collective and strive for the betterment and advancement in the field of metrology. I was having a conversation with the chairman, president, AFRIMETS, Dr. Rotich, this morning, and telling him that today's program perhaps can be condensed so that in the afternoon you can have an opportunity to tour our great city and enjoy its ambience and rich Kenyan culture. Do not dare live without doing that. As I conclude, I want to thank everyone who has been instrumental in organizing this General Assembly, and a great thank you to our staff at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It is no small feat to rally such great minds with diverse and conflicting schedules. We appreciate your diligent efforts in facilitating this great assembly. Thank you very much. Asanteni. Now it is my utmost pleasure and responsibility to invite Dr. Juma Mukwana, the Principal Secretary, to deliver his remarks. Please give him a round of applause. Welcome.
So thank you, Grace, who is a member of the Standards Council, all of us present, representative of the chair of the National Standards Council, representative of the CEO of the Kenya Bureau of Standards, members of the Standards Council present, CEOs of various standardization bodies from across Africa, the chair and president of AFRIMET, who is our own employee at the Kenya Bureau of Standards, Dr. Rotich, Oswald from the AU, you all, good morning. I really want to take this opportunity to invite you to Kenya. This is your home. I know that you have already been here for a few days, and we really feel appreciated that you are able to put this meeting to take place in this great country. So esteemed guests, colleagues and friends, it's my great pleasure again and privilege to join you at this 17th General Assembly of AFRIMETS, the Intra-Africa Metrology System themed measurement for sustainability. Indeed, the assurance that measurements provide to the ever-growing uncertainties regarding sustainable future is profound and invaluable. But the question that I want to really ask you, all of us coming from Africa, is measurements for what? We need to go beyond. Yes, we want accurate measurements. We want comparable measurements, but for what? Because from where I come from, we are looking at how do we accelerate our industrialization? How do we accelerate our trade? So measurements for industry, measurements for trade. And in that regard, I would like us to look again and ask ourselves, how is our continent doing? Because we are talking about Africa. How is our continent doing in terms of those two issues of trade and industrialization? I was looking up the statistics and a little bit of history, and it is a little bit disheartening, so that as we develop these standards, as we invest in this technology, in the quality infrastructure, the question I want us to really focus on is, what difference does it make for Africa? What difference are we making in the lives of our people? And in doing this, I do look at the historical perspective. As you are aware, if we look at industry, the first industrial revolution took place in the UK in 1740. That is about 300 years ago. That industrial revolution spread from the UK to the rest of Europe, and when the Europeans migrated to the Americas, then we had industrialization in America, and since that time, industry has visited China, it has visited Japan, Korea, Malaysia, India, but there's one place it has forgotten to visit. It has not visited Africa. And so as we think about measurements, we need to reflect on the role that we are playing to industrialize Africa, so that we are not telling each other stories that then do not bring impact to our people. So it's extremely important that we reflect on whether we have been facilitators of industry or impediments of industry. So we need to relook at our rules, we need to look at our structures, and ask ourselves, how do we, as measurement bodies, contribute to the industrialization of Africa? And that question, for me, is extremely urgent. Because as we still sit here and speak good English, and speak good French, and speak good Arabic, we have issues if we do not industrialize our continent. When I look at the share of Africa, the contribution of Africa to industrialization globally, it has been, in the 1970s, it was about 3% and declining. So today we are talking about 2%. This is what you are contributing. So your share to the global manufactured products is less than 3%. The Industrial Revolution that was experienced 300 years ago is yet to reach here. So while people are discussing about the fourth Industrial Revolution, Africa is yet to experience its first Industrial Revolution. And so measurement for who and measurement for what? And so I really want us to be able to pay attention. So when I look at the global scene today, China's contribution to manufacturing is 31%, followed by the US at 16%, Japan 7%, Germany 5%, India 2.8%. So there is more manufacturing in India than in all our 55 countries put together. That our share of manufacturing at 3%, if we put it there, is only 10% of what China is doing. And therefore, without sounding scary, you people have gone to school, you have been educated by African resources. We really need to find out how is your systems, your standards, your rules, your regulations, your institutions. This AFRIMET, I see ASO, I see very many institutions. I see SADC, I see ESC, I see ECOWAS, and I see the AU here. We really, as Africans, we must focus on what is important, and we must focus on industrialization. The second message I wanted to, again, as I said, in the measurement for what, is the issue of trade. When you look at intra-Africa trade today, even with the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Africans trading with each other is only 15%. Meaning that 85% of your trade is between you and beyond Africa. So how do you industrialize? Meaning that, roughly put, you can almost say that 85% of the goods that we are using in this continent are imported into the continent. Those statistics must mean something to us. That if you are sitting here and you are consuming what you are not producing, and then hoping to create prosperity, I know that there has been a very robust conversation here in Kenya about the cost of living. And one time I asked, how do we discuss the cost of living when you are consuming what you are not producing? And yet, when you juxtapose this with the booming young population in Africa, and you've seen it, what has happened here in Kenya, Africans thinking in the same old way is not going to work, because the young people of Africa are not going to wait for us to tell them stories. The young people of Africa want solutions. And so the challenge that I want to give you is to look at the work that you are doing, the regulations that you are building, the institutions that you are building, because here in Africa, we are extremely good at writing documents. We are also very good at starting institutions that do not deliver where it matters. And I do not think that the young people that are coming behind us have patience for this kind of stories. And so part of what we need to reflect is to ask ourselves, how do we grow intra-Africa trade? Because if you look at Europe, let me give an example, intra-European trade is 72%. European countries trading with each other, the goods that are and services circulating within the EU, 72% are made from within the European Union. If you go to Asia, it's 45%. And you come to Africa, and we are talking about 45%, and we are still erecting more barriers between our small businesses that we are doing. Remember, there is no one African country that is going to grow without the others growing. You will grow by exporting and by me exporting to you. So you need to relook at your rules and your regulations, the rules of origin, and the business that we are doing with each other, because the young people of Africa are tired of our stories and our institutions that are not delivering where it matters. So for me, this is extremely important. Because if our 55 countries are only manufacturing, our total manufacturing is only 10% of what China is doing. Our manufacturing is smaller than India. 55 of us put together. What are these rules that we are putting together? Are they helping us? Are they opening up our markets? Are they opening up our industries? Or are they creating more impediments to African industrialization, African trade, and African development? So I really wish that we should be able to refocus and look at some of those issues. I have been involved in a similar exercise of integrating. Before I came into this space, I was working in the qualifications framework, and I remember we attempted to create mutual recognition and mobility of qualifications across Africa. I'm sure my brother from the AU knows, so we created the African Continental Qualification Framework. And why were we doing that? Because we found that a Kenyan moving to Rwanda, and a Rwandese moving to Zambia, and a Zimbabwean moving to Morocco had a lot of issues in terms of what qualifications do you have? And what is the equivalent of a Form 3 qualification in Kenya, in Rwanda? I think that we take it for granted. Until I got into that space, then I realized how difficult we as Africa have made our systems. If I am grade 8 in Kenya and I migrate to Uganda, where do I start? And I realized that part of what we have created for ourselves are not solutions. We have created a lot of barriers. So we created a continental qualification framework that was then supposed to facilitate mobility, mutual recognition of qualifications. And I see that here. I saw when the FTA started, and Kenya made its first export to Ghana of tea. And I'm sure you have already heard that story. That tea took 3 months to move from Mombasa to Ghana. The same tea only takes 2 weeks to reach Shanghai in China. It only takes 2 weeks to reach Europe, but it took 3 months from one African country to another African country. Because what we are building are mountains and barriers to a business that is already so small and so insignificant. And so, my dear brothers and sisters, we really need to up our game and see how else we can do some of the things that we are doing in a more robust way, and more importantly, go beyond good talk, because then this is the problem that we are having. As I conclude, the question that I really want to ask you again, and I'm doing this deliberately because we are all from Africa. We all talk about industry, we talk about trade, but the question that we don't quite often ask is, who is going to industrialize Africa? Because we are all here looking very smart, putting on our ties, and talking about industry. That question is important because Europe was industrialized by Europeans, and America was industrialized by Americans, and Japan has been industrialized by the Japanese, and China has been industrialized by the Chinese. Somehow in Africa, we imagine there is somebody else. There is a creature and character living somewhere in the forest that will come and create industries for you. Until you answer that question, then you ask yourself, if Africa must be industrialized by Africans, then do we have the right policies to support African industrialization? Are we putting in place the right mechanisms, the funding, the institutions, the infrastructure, the common manufacturing, the knowledge, the information, the encouragement that an African requires to do industrialization? And so, the question then that we ask is, we are doing measurement rules, we are doing regulations, we are doing institutions. Africa will only be industrialized by Africans, and there is a lot of room for us to really rethink the African mindset. Because when an African has money, because I've been told somewhere that Africans are not industrializing because they don't have money. We have a lot of money. But when an African has money, is industry one of the priority areas? And if not, so why are we still importing matchboxes and pencils and rubbers, small things that we can make for ourselves? So I thought that instead of reading these nice stories, because we have been reading these stories for 60 years, and nothing is changing, I just thought that it was good to share with you my thoughts. So really, for Africa to change, we must start in this room. Wherever you come from, ask yourself, are you a facilitator of African industrialization, of African trade, or are you an impediment? And the next question is, what is your role in industrializing Africa? Because industrializing Africa is your business. And the last issue that I have said is that we have been talking nice stories for a long time. These stories are running out of time. We really need to put in place mechanisms that will help us move forward. Finally, because I don't have a vote to elect anyone, I wish you good luck as you go into your elections. I know that Rotich has been serving in this space, and he has told me that he's going to answer some of the questions that I have asked if you re-elect him as the president of AFRIMET. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PS, Dr. Mukwana. I now understand why when I went for a meeting in Ghana and I wanted to drink Kenyan tea, I asked them, we exported tea recently and I wanted tea. And my host could not tell me concisely where the tea I was taking was the one from Kenya. I now know that I had left it here in Mombasa when I was going there. But for sure, we're having a lot of impact. I think what the PS has mentioned are the exact things that we as AFRIMETS are doing. We are saying, you and I are AFRIMETS. So wherever you hear the word AFRIMETS, know that you are one of us. And we have a business to do in industrialization of Africa, making our continent very competitive. I know AU is very keen on SMEs, and I was expecting the representative to mention some of the meetings that AU has earmarked to deal with the issues of SMEs. So I think we are in the right forum and we have a task, and I think the PS has put it more in black and white, what we need to do. So we have a high calling as AFRIMETS, we have a high calling as PACI institutions, and I think we are up to the task. After listening the whole morning, our choir want to do one number, and this number has really been calibrated, it has been standardized, and you are going to see how it performs. Welcome, choir.
Yes, the choir before you is Kenya Bureau of Standards Choir, and we want to acknowledge that we have our visitors from South Africa, and in that honor, we would like to do the South African national anthem, and in the same tune, I would like to request that we all be on our feet. Let's all stand up, please, in honor of this song.
Nkosi sikeleli Afrika malupakanisu pondolwayo izwa imitandazo yetu Nkosi sikelela tina luswapolwayo Nkosi sikeleli Afrika malupakanisu pondolwayo izwa imitandazo yetu Nkosi sikelela tina luswapolwayo Woza moya, woza moya, woi twele kosi, sigelela tina, luswapolwayo. Woza moya, woza moya, woza moya, woi twele kosi, sigelela tina, luswapolwayo. Morena polonka se shabasa Yesu, ofende sende swale maseye o. Morena polonka se shabasa Yesu, ofende sende swale maseye o. Si bolonke, si bolonke morena, si bolonke se shabasa Yesu, se shabasa Afrika. Makubenjalo, makubenjalo, kude kube kuna makale.
Voila.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can now decide to sit or join us in this.
Yes, thank you so much.
This is in praise of all our mothers, sisters, and daughters. Let's turn around, go round, go round.
Thank you so much. What do you think about it? Is it well calibrated? Is it standardized? Is it traceable to CAPS? It is traceable to CAPS, isn't it? So if you need them, talk to me nicely. Where you can see they've sung a South African national anthem. But what I only knew, I had the word Yesu. So I think they were praying that this GA is really successful. I hope so. So we can actually see we are doing very well. Our chief guest, in metrology we say we never retire. We just take the next seat. Just like a parent, you are leading the child, and when the child has started walking, you go behind and follow. So we have one of our great men who has done a lot for the AFRIMETS and the metrology community, not only here in Africa, but globally. He's seated with us. He has been the head of secretariat for many years. Despite being very busy, he has always been a phone call or an email away on issues to do with AFRIMETS. This year, he's decided to take the next seat, and we want to really appreciate him, and we are requesting with humility that you accept to award him the certificate of commendation. So I would like, just give us a moment, I would like to invite the current acting head of AFRIMETS Secretariat to just read a small brief about him so that we know who he is and we know why we are giving him the commendation. Karibu.
Thank you very much, Chair. I cannot go way back from where Dr. Bernard Law started his career. I will just start from the time when he really got into things of establishing AFRIMETS. So in 2007, Dr. Bernard Law became the first Chief Executive Officer of the National Metrology Institute of South Africa. And he used that position for him to mobilize funding from our government in South Africa, from the Department of Trade and Industry in South Africa, to plant the seed for us to establish what we now have as AFRIMETS, the Intra-Africa Metrology System, which took over from SADC-MET. Some of you that have been in this metrology business, you would recall that SADC-MET was the one who was representing Africa as the RMO for Africa at the BIPM. So when Venant came in, he then started the drive for us to expand that responsibility to cover the whole of Africa. And then when that was established, Venant became the first chairperson. He was elected the first chairperson of AFRIMETS, a position which he held for 3 years, 4 years, 4 years. After that, that's when he became the head of the AFRIMETS Secretariat, responsible for coordinating metrology activities in Africa. And that position, he's held it from that time up until now. He didn't only stop there. At the international level, Dr. Venant Law was elected to the presidency of the International Committee of Weights and Measures, the CIPM. I'm sure you know it. It's the organ which represents the highest level of scientific metrology decision making. I can proudly say that he is the only representative of the CIPM from the African continent, our own, the son of the soil of this continent. And Dr. Venant Law has worked so tirelessly to ensure that the interest of African and all other developing countries are furthered in the international metrology system. I can't remember exactly when were you elected to the CIPM, Venant, but I think if my memory serves me well, when was that you were elected? 2013, yes. So his first term, he was elected in 2013, and then he was then re-elected again recently for a second 4-year term, which will last until 2027. So I think it gives me great pleasure really to honor this remarkable person for the immense contribution that he's made to our continent, to the development of metrology in our continent. He's linked us up with the international metrology system. For that, I would then like to call the Principal Secretary. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When I opened my eyes and started seeing metrology, I saw Wynard. So you can understand he was looming large in the metrology world. To support the developing countries, he spearheaded a drive to have a new membership model for developing economics. And that resolution was passed in 2022. So you see, to bring all countries to the META convention to participate in metrology activities irrespective of the size of their economies, because the membership fee is high for some members, and so Dr. Lu looked for ways in which this can be brought. So because of that, as I said, he's not retiring, he's just taken the back seat and seeing how we do things. And we always consult him. We'll always meet him at the BIPM for meetings. And in the meeting, sometimes I get confused on how to deal with him. Being the AFRIMETS chair, I'm his boss, but when we go to the meter convention, he's my boss. So when you're dealing with your boss, and you know it's very difficult. So it's my greatest honor to request our Principal Secretary, Chief Guest, accompanied by our MD, representative, accompanied by our chairman of the National Standards Council, accompanied by PTB representative and AUC, to come on board and invite Wynand to receive his token from AFRIMETS. So I would also like to request the directors of the NMIs who are here, the ExCom members, to come and give us a backup.
Okay. Thank you very much. It's not quite often that you get to appreciate and remember to honor some of the people that have made significant differences in the lives of others. I do not know Bernard, but I've met him today. And by this unanimous decision, I wish you well. And as we grow this profession for purposes of growing trade and industry in Africa. Congratulations. So I give you the power.
Thank you very much. So maybe he can give him a chance to make a remark.
Yeah, thank you very much. A few words. In the first place, I can now very proudly add to my CV that I can dance with, or I have danced with the KEPS choir. I'm very proud of that. But distinguished guests and Secretary, it's really a pleasure for me to be here as always. They said started AFRIMETS, but of course it was all of us that started AFRIMETS. Kenya was there from the start. My good old friend Joe Kioko from KEPS was there. And we all together started AFRIMETS. And we are very proud of it. And I hope we can see some of our old friends from KEPS this week, Dennis Maturi and everyone. And also in the room, NIS, Egypt, and all the others. Malawi was there. Many of the countries that's here today were there at that time in 2007-8. And yes, I was born in Africa, on the border of a very small country, Lesotho. So I'm a Sotho, sometimes say, and that really are my roots. It has been our roots for hundreds of years, my family, and we are very proud Africans. And I'm very proud to represent the African continent on the CIPM and to be elected by the CIPM members to the presidency, and then also to be able to really bring forward the metrology in Africa. And I'm very proud that 10 years later, after I've joined the CIPM, that Africa is really now fully recognized. If we speak about metrology internationally, then people recognize Africa and the role of AFRIMETS. And people really, we are now part of the international measurement system. But thank you very much again, and for the dignitaries here today, for the support that Kenya has given AFRIMETS and is still giving AFRIMETS as now with this General Assembly hosted by Kenya. Thank you so much, and all the best as well to your measurement system here in Kenya. Thank you.
Okay, so as they take their seats, we are all invited for a cup of tea. Let's take our health break as we invite our PS to have a short press brief. He will be guided by Dr. Rotich on where to go. So let's all take a 30 minutes tea break. You're all invited.
Have the measurement standard.
A documentary. National Metrology Institute that realizes the SI units, or at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures.
So this was to facilitate trade and also to help in manufacturing. You remember these days we do a lot of contract manufacturing. If you have a vehicle, maybe you get parts from various companies making them for you, and you do assembly. So you can imagine if the measurements you have given them are different from what you have, it will be very hard for you to assemble the vehicle. So metrology helps establishing that comparability of measurements and coherency of the systems.
So there are 7 fundamental units of measurement. So we have Kelvin for thermodynamic temperature, we have meter for length or dimension, we have second for time, we have ampere for current electricity, we have candela for luminous intensity, we have mole for amount of substance.
If you are exporting tea, for example, to the UK, it's your desire as a trader that when the levels of residues have been measured in Kenya and they are measured at the receiving market, there should not be variations. And that's why we're talking about comparability of those measurements, that what you measure in Kenya is comparable. And that way, it builds the confidence in trade and facilitating trade. Also, it helps in removing technical barriers to trade.
Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department then disseminates this traceability as its mandate throughout the country through calibrations and piloting comparisons. Additionally, KEB's Metrology Department performs training of industry players to build their competences and bolster the overall national quality infrastructure.
So the manufacturer is, we test their competence to determine the amount amount that is present in the sample. That's number 1. Number 2, we have this reference material that we use now for the calibration of the equipment that they use. So this one we also produce for the industry laboratories to enable them to have competence so to calibrate and give accurate measurement results. Those fundamental constants of nature, we usually realize them scientifically. So the way you go to a supermarket or the way you go to a butchery and you want a kilo of meat, they would put meat and they would put a mass on one side. So if they balance out, then you say that I've been given a kilo of meat. So that mass that is used, that's an artifact that is derived from a standard kilogram that is maintained by Kenya Bureau of Standards.
The department has calibration centers, which are the legal entities that perform calibration within the country. The traceability from the department and accreditation by KENAS ensures that the laboratories perform traceability measures and calibrations in line with the requirements of the ISO number 17025.
We have 14 labs in metrology, and these labs, they are custodians of the measurement standard for the country. We have mass lab, where we calibrate masses for the industry, and we also establish traceability, the SI unit. So Kenya, we are keeping the national prototype, which is N95 for Kenya. So, and then we have pressure lab, where we calibrate for the industry, pressure gauges, even the blood pressure machines, we calibrate here. So we establish traceability of those measurements with the SI unit, and then we also help the industry to calibrate so that in their production, their systems are accurate.
We have traceability. And through traceability, it is a hierarchy of measurement with our headquarters at BIPM in France. So depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
We also have FORCE, where we are doing a number of calibrations for industry, aviation industry, and also the road construction industry. We also have temperature, where we do measurements for industry in temperature gauges that they're using. And we also, you remember during COVID, we were calibrating the thermogans which are being used.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Time and Frequency Laboratory is the national custodian for the SI unit for time and frequency. The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the International Systems Unit through calibrations to its reference standards.
In time and frequency, we realize the unit of time and frequency. As you know, time is the inverse of frequency, so you cannot separate the two. We are all consumers of time because seasons, they are according to the time aspect of the year. You know, the hour guide you when to sleep, when to wake, what to do, the season when to plant, the season we are, and everything. So everybody is a consumer of time.
The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the SI through calibrations to its reference standards, the cesium atomic clocks. Metrology thus has great significance in time traceability and its application in imported goods.
The importance of time, when you are navigating, you are navigating in the high sea or in the air. You cannot see the country you want to go to. You are guided by the time in form of compass, the north, south, east, and west. This principle is usually used by the planes or the ships in the high seas when they are docking in the harbor, ama the planes on the landway. Most of the gadgets in the house we are using remotes. Remotes is just a frequency you are transmitting to the gadget to operate it. So whenever you take a remote to tune to that channel you want, ama to open your vehicle, you are consuming frequency. Depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
The Time and Frequency Laboratory is also the custodian of seconds and carries out calibration on local time.
At a very simple level, I want to catch my flight. I'm checking my watch. It's reading 7 o'clock. My flight is at 8. Now, when I reach the airport and I find that I was actually 10 minutes late, I found the counter is closed. I missed my flight. So the calibration ensures that all these measurement devices are accurate so that you can be able to make correct decisions based on accurate data.
Then there is the Force, Torque and Hardness Laboratory. This laboratory realizes the SI unit of force in Newton, that of torque and Newton meter, as well as that of hardness, which is unitless. Force, Torque and Hardness Laboratory, therefore, calibrates these measures to practical application in our daily lives.
We calibrate our standards using this machine before we go and calibrate the one for the customers in the industry.
What's the machine used for?
The machine is used to calibrate load cells, both in compression and tension. So the machine is a universal testing machine. So after us calibrating our standards, then we go to calibrate the compression testing machines in the industry, CBR machines, and tensile machines, whereby these compression machines are used in testing either the strength of concrete, strength of soil, and also testing the strength of a material, e.g. in textile industries.
For hardness, this laboratory has a machine known as torque range calibrator.
This is whereby we calibrate the torque ranges. These torque ranges are commonly applicable in assembly industries, aircraft industries, and institutions.
Metrology calibration on force, torque, and hardness has remarkable significance in our day-to-day lives.
Saves on cost, time,
and lives.
And lives.
You avoid accidents, like
yes.
building collapsing because you didn't mix the right materials with the right strength.
Correct, Alex. Yes, that is what is happening now.
The Mass Laboratory is a section in the Metrology Services Department of the Kenya Bureau of Standards that maintains custody of the national prototype kilogram under serial number 95.
These are examples of various.
It provides measurement traceability to the International System Unit of Mass in kilogram.
We have a wide scope of what we do in mass, starting with calibration of mass standards. We also do calibration of balances. We do solid density
Africa, we have Morocco, we have Tunisia. Those are the 5 countries who are the full members of the MITA Convention. Then we have a number of other associates, like Zimbabwe is an associate, Tanzania is an associate. So these countries, they participate in activities of the MITA Convention. One of them is intercomparisons, where we compare our measurements with the other national metrology institutes. This way, it creates what we call confidence, because if I do measurements with you, you can see how I perform. We can always discuss and improve.
And trust.
Yes, and then we improve the confidence in those measurements.
So, I understand from the 29th of July all the way to the 2nd of August?
Yes.
You've got what you call the General Assembly and related technical meetings. It's a meeting, so actually those technical meetings is what you're telling me about, instilling confidence and trusting that what they do, we do. When we receive a measurement from that other country, tunaweza kusema, we know what they do and how they do it. These technical meetings, I mean, we will not be privy. So give us a little, you know, taste of what it is that happens.
I'm sure when you're in secondary school, you learned about the SI units.
Yes.
We have the mass, where we have the kilogram.
Grams, yes.
We have the Kelvin for temperature. We have the candela for light. For light. We also have the second for time. So all these are the SI units. So in metrology, we organize our technical committees along those SI units.
Oh,
yes.
So people of light meet.
Yes, so get people who are involved in length. They will be having a meeting to discuss the technical issues. And also plan for comparisons of their measurements, and also plan for the what we call calibration and measurement capabilities. Because once you have developed your capability and you participate in the key comparisons with other national metrology institutes, and your measurements are good, then you can file these measurements in International Bureau of Weights and Measures key comparison database. And this is accessible. People can see all over the world. If I want to do business in Kenya, I can see the capability of Kenya in that database.
Okay, so once that is done, and I'm liking this, there's actually technical meetings, and the people in that discipline meet.
They meet,
so at some point, will you be showing off your labs here? Will they be visiting?
Yes. I mean, the event is not complete before people can come and see our labs here. So actually the last, on Thursday, we'll have a tour of our labs.
Yes.
And so we welcome those who will be attending to come and see our labs. Also, those experts who will be here will also look at our labs, and also they can give us ideas on areas of improvement, or they can also get ideas on how they can also improve their areas. And remember, in metrology, the main goal is to build the confidence and also to make sure that the measurements we are doing are comparable. So these technical people, when they come, they can actually look at the equipment we're using. They can also advise us on the areas we need to improve. They can also get some advice from us on areas they can improve, so that we build that confidence.
Okay.
Because the desire is, we say, once tested, acceptable everywhere.
Whoa.
Because if I trust your measurements and I see your certificate, I don't need to do again. And this way it will cut the cost of doing business.
Very true.
For our communities, our industries, and our exporters. Because once we have that certificate that we've issued, then the others recognize that certificate and they accept without retesting or need for calibration.
That's very true.
Yes.
I would like to say to the AFRIMETS delegates, welcome, and please do see our dosimetry lab, because it is state of the art. It really is. It really is. And it's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, it's one of the few.
Yes.
We've actually finished with the installation. We've done comparisons. Because in metrology, you can never offer a service before you look at how your measurement performs by comparing with others.
Against another.
Yes. So we've just completed the intercomparison with IEA, that's International Energy Atomic Agency, and our results are very good. So now we are rolling out the measurements.
Fantastic.
Across within the country and also in the region.
I want to know how long, 17 years maybe, AFRIMETS has been in existence?
Yes.
Okay, as chair, this is where I'm giving you a chance to toot your own horn. What have been your achievements? One or two?
So one of the key achievements that we've made in AFRIMETS is to improve metrology within the continent.
Okay.
Remember, in the year 2007, there were very few members. Actually, it was only South Africa and Egypt who were the full members of the Meter Convention. By then, Kenya was an associate. But we've grown, we became the full member in 2010. And between now and that time and now, as I mentioned, we now have 5 full members of the Meter Convention.
Yes.
Who can vote, and also they can actually file CMCs. We've also had a big number of countries who are now associate members.
Yes.
So the metrology infrastructure in Africa is growing. We've also been able to participate in a number of training capacity initiatives to build capacity. At the BIBM, we've had what we call capacity building for developing economies. A number of countries, they've sent their metrologists to go and train at the BIBM, and also in Turkey. We've had also in Korea, some in US. So we've really had a lot of growth in terms of capacity building for metrology in Africa.
Okay.
As a continent, AFRIMETS also, working with the AU, we have the PACI, which is the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Institutes, the PACI. And I'm the incoming chair of PACI. So we've been able to position metrology in Africa as one of the key quality infrastructure arms of the continent to promote metrology.
Okay.
So I think this is very, very good, because now AU has taken metrology as a key deliverable or a key instrument of development in the continent.
And I actually like that.
Yes.
But I am a novice to this, you can imagine. I mean, the first time I was here, maybe 3 months ago, I remember the first time I was told, metrology. I had to look it up, and I was like, the size of measurement. And from that moment, I was sold. From that moment, I was sold. However, as a current president and chair, what is your key message? Not just to your delegates, okay, this year, but also to the rest of us, because
So let's welcome our choir. Let's welcome our choir to give us another number. And remember, it's calibrated, standardized, and traceable.
Yes, thank you.
So let's settle down. I think members, settle down so that we can begin our next session.
Kenya Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa. Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Na hali ya anga Kenya yapendeza kwa wageni wetu, kwa hivyo wakaribishwa, mjionee mambo ya ajabu. Oh, oh.
Jambo bwana, habari gani? Nzuri sana. Wageni wakaribishwa.
Karibu Kenya,
Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.
Kenya nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Oh, Kenya nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
nchi ya kupendeza,
hakuna matata.
nchi yenye rotuba,
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
wageni tunasema
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
milima yapendeza,
hakuna matata.
milima yapendeza,
hakuna matata.
kuna mito ya ajabu,
hakuna matata.
mito ya ajabu,
hakuna matata.
wanyama wa porini,
hakuna matata.
na aina yote Kenya,
hakuna matata.
wageni karibuni,
hakuna matata.
oh, karibuni,
hakuna matata.
kuna ngoma za Kiafrika,
hakuna matata.
kuna ngoma za Kiafrika,
hakuna matata.
miziki ya kikwetu,
hakuna matata.
miziki ya kikwetu,
hakuna matata.
Wakenya wastaarabu,
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
wageni tunasema
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
Ah, Kenya nchi nzuri,
hakuna matata. Hakuna matata.
clap for us if it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you see the power of calibration, the power of standardization, the power of network. We do that, we deliver traceability to the national measurements, to the SI unit. We also provide an avenue for comparisons of the measurements. Thank you very much. I think we had a very successful opening meeting in the morning. Now we are moving to the technical presentations, and we will start with the TC chair for mass and related quantities. So the other chairs can be ready so that, yes, we can have those presentations. If your presentation is not ready, you can share with Bore, who will be able to stream it. Good. Once measured, once certified, acceptable everywhere. We, the metrologists, we underpin our measurements to support our trade across the continent. AFRIMETS is the regional metrology system for Africa. It's one of the regional metrology organizations which work together. Is the TC chair mass and related quantities ready? Oh yes, oh, you are ready. Come in, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. So I'll be giving a brief report about the activities for mass and related quantities. So we met on Monday and Tuesday, and this report is basically focusing on what we have deliberated on those 2 days and other activities that happened between our last GA and this GA. We, finalized the comparisons in pressure. In pressure, we had the two. And unfortunately, these two comparisons that we are seeing here are not although they are still planned, they are not necessarily new. We presented them last year, but due to other challenges, we could not, start with the comparison yet. So we kept them as still planned for the next financial year or for the next cycle. So we still planning to continue with them, and hopefully next year when we come here, we'll be talking a different story. There is a slight change on the TOG one. On the TOG ranges, I think last time when we talked about, when we planned it initially, we wanted to do it at 500 Newton meter, but we struggled, to get an artifact that we could circulate. We ended up revising it, and now we have changed it to 1.5 Newton meter because that was the only artifact that we could secure. But the number of participants has not yet changed. On the TOG transducers, we just increased the number of participants, and we're hoping that NIS will start with this comparison as soon as possible. The other delay on this one was the artifact, but we have since secured 2 artifacts that NIS is going to assess and evaluate to decide whether they are good enough to achieve the objective. So it will start as soon as the artifact has been provided to NIS. Currently, we managed to secure the artifact for the comparisons. The next one, then, it is on the still on pressure, but now no. On the testing machines, then the other one on force is still on the testing machines, where we need to do, we planning to do the compression up to the 3 meganewton, and what we have included this time around is also the tension in 200. And this is the comparison that is trying to cater the needs of most of our NMIs that cannot participate at key comparisons. So they are looking at testing machines. They cannot, unfortunately, calibrate transducers. So the bulk of their calibrations is on testing machines. So that's why we are going to look at the testing machine. Then in mass, we only have 1 that is planned. And this also, it is trying to, support the needs of the majority of our NMIs that could not, participate at the highest level, where they have to calibrate the reference standard like your E. So we will perform it as a slightly lower level at an F1. The artifacts are available, and the majority of the NMIs in our region have the capability to do F1 measurements. So it will start. The other issue again here was the artifacts which we think we managed to get is just an issue of having to send it from SA to Kenya now. And the last one about the density of weights and volume, we're going to postpone it a bit, hence you see it appearing in a different color. We're going to postpone it because currently there is a CCM K3 that is running that we want to get completed first, so that we can link this key comparison with the CCM one. So there are currently 3 that are in progress. One, it is on the, I think myself and my colleague that is driving we are not on the same page. Please go to the comparison running and completed. Yes, we are currently having 3 comparisons that are running as we speak. One on the fleet flow. It is at the draft B stage, but there is a challenge on this one. It was coordinated, or the pilot is NIMISA, and the main person that was piloting this comparison has since left NIMISA, while the comparison is not yet completed. But we managed to make an arrangement with the candidate to finalize it. So hopefully it's not going to be affected by the resignation, because there is an agreement in place to complete it. So it has passed the draft A. We submitted it to the BIPM for approval, and we got some feedback where we need to make some minor changes, and that will be implemented and hopefully completed. The pressure one, the MPS2, we had challenges. This is the one that at one stage it was a key comparison, and we realized that there is no way we could complete it. It changed to a supplementary. We registered it, the measurements are completed, but unfortunately, not all the results are available. So we had to ask, the participant to resubmit because there was several changes of personnel that was responsible for this comparison. At one stage, it was piloted by the MISA. The person who also was responsible for it since left the organization, and then became an issue, and we decided that CAPS will take over, and that transition was not that very smooth. Hence, we requesting people to resubmit, but yeah, we started getting the report to finalize it. And then we have a new comparison that just started in the density of liquids, where we're looking at the, characterizing or measuring the FC40 and the distilled water. And a number of NMIs has since completed their measurement. It's just only the Uzbekistan that still have to take the measurements. So it seems like this one is going very well. We're hoping to complete it as soon as possible. From those comparisons that has been completed previously, the good news is 3 NMIs, South Africa, Kenya, and Egypt, managed to publish comparisons out of that. And we therefore congratulate, South Africa for having registered new CMCs, in last year, September, in mass standards. This year in May, I think the timing was very good because it was just before we come here. Then for CAPS and Egypt were also approved, 4 for Kenya and 7 for mass. Both of them are in mass for mass standard. In addition to, because of that, now we have, if you were to look, if you were to look at the number of comparisons that have been completed and the CMCs that have been published as a result of those comparisons, it seems like there have been a huge improvement in the number of CMCs that have been registered over the last 3 years. Egypt being the one that submitted a number of them in different fields: density, fluid flow, hardness, torque, and mass measurements. Morocco also, managed to publish their CMCs, Kenya and South Africa. So our list is now improving if you look at the number of NMIs that are now submitting CMCs. Currently, we are having CMCs for fluid flow from Tanzania that we are reviewing internally. And we also have another CMCs that have been submitted by Botswana in mass measurements. Those ones are still within the RMO, not yet past that stage. And I'm happy to also announce that we have Egypt, Ethiopia, and CAPS, that the CMCs now are at the inter-RMO review. For Ethiopia and Kenya, it is in fluid flow. They only have 1 entries. Egypt is 2 entries in mass standards that are pending approval. Okay, because of that, as we speak currently, we have 6 NMIs from our TC that have CMCs in the KCDB. And if you see here, we have NIMISA for mass, force, fluid flow, and pressure. And whereas NIS, mass, force, torque, hardness, fluid flow, pressure, density, viscosity, and then the new kid on the block caps having the mass and the force. Zimbabwe 6 in mass, Namibia 7 in mass, and we have Morocco that has registered CMCs in mass and in fluid flow. That is basically the end of my presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, there's something very critical that I almost forgot. We had our elections for the chairs and the vice chairs. I almost forgot about that one, where we had to reconfirm the chairs, and this is the outcome of that process. Not many changes have been made. The committee has decided that Thomas Maujana should continue to be the chair of the TCM, and we have a new vice chair, Dr. Wilson Ombadi from Kenya, who's going to join us. And Dr. Ahmed from Egypt was also re-elected to be the second vice chair. In density and viscosity, no changes. The chair still Dr. Mohammed Hamdi, assisted by Beatrice from Kenya. And Force on Talk, also no changes. The working group chair for Force on Talk is still Dr. Khaled, assisted by Bangi. And then in fluid flow, that's where we had a new change. Last time when we were standing here, the chair was Dr. Dr. Mpelo Dlamini, that we have since replaced with Bongani Ndlovu, because Dr. Mpelo Dlamini has since resigned from NIMISA. And therefore, Bongani Ndlovu is the new chair for fluid flow. Then he's going to be assisted by Dr. Ali Zaran. And the other changes is on the pressure and vacuum, where the vice chair is now from Kenya. Mr. George Maswai has been elected as the new vice chair, but the chair is still currently Dr. Sheikha from Egypt. That's basically it from my side. Thank you very much. Okay, it's me again. Sorry for that. I just been informed by CAPS management that they have decided to replace our vice chair for Force, where it was Mr. Josephat Mbangi with David Kimeto, because apparently Mr. Josephat has been, assigned a new responsibility elsewhere. He's not going to be available to continue with the responsibility, but they have identified David Kimeto to continue in this portfolio. And I don't see it as a problem on our side, because we know David and he has been participating in our activities. Thank you very much.
Okay, we can have the next TC chair. Temperature, followed by electrical, and then dosimetry, in that order. Yeah, so the mic is up there.
Good afternoon. So, good afternoon. My name is Richard Odak from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. I am the Vice Chair of the TC Temperature, presenting on behalf of our Chair, Dr. AFRIMETS, who was not able to join us. I'll just give the brief on the activities of TCT. So we'll cover the meetings, our current status of intercomparisons, participation in CCT and other APMP comparisons, CMC submission, capacity building, and our current TCT chairmanship. The TC temperature meeting for 2024 was held virtually via Zoom on the 9th of July, 2024. Participants were representatives from LPEE, LNM of Morocco, NIS of Egypt, NMISA of South Africa, TBS of Tanzania, ZMA of Zambia, GSA of Ghana, SIRDC NMI of Zimbabwe, EMI of Ethiopia, SON NMI of Nigeria, KEBS of Kenya, and BOBS of Botswana. Our current intercomparisons that we are undertaking, the first is AFRIMETS T-S3, a supplementary comparison on industrial PRT calibration capacity, covering the range of -50 degrees to 450, which we initially had started in 2012, experienced a bit of challenge, so it was paused and then restarted again in 2022. The status is currently measurements are ongoing. Countries that have already done the measurements are South Africa, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Botswana. Next in the cycle will be Namibia, Mozambique, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. The other current intercomparison the TC is conducting is AFRIMETS T-S7, a supplementary comparison on noble metal thermocouples from the range of 0 to 1,200 degrees, which we began in June 2019, piloted and coordinated by NMISA and NIS. The status is currently undergoing measurements. The countries that have already done their measurements are South Africa, Egypt, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Botswana, and Ethiopia. Next, the artifact is supposed to go to Morocco and Ghana. In terms of intercomparisons we have planned for the future, it was agreed at our meeting that we are going to register the following comparisons. Number one, a radiation thermometer comparison from the range of -20 degrees to 1,100, piloted either by NIS or NMISA. The reference was to be provided by South Africa. The participants will be South Africa, Egypt, Zambia, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Morocco, and Zambia. The second in the comparison planned for coming year will be humidity, specifically the dew point, from -20 degrees to 30 degrees, piloted again by either South Africa or Egypt, reference to be provided by South Africa. The participants of this will be South Africa, Egypt, and Morocco. The third intercomparison is going to be humidity. for thermohygrometers from the range of 20% relative humidity to 90%, 20 degrees Celsius to 60 degrees. Piloted by NIS of Egypt, the reference provided by South Africa. Participants will be South Africa, Egypt, Tanzania, Kenya, Morocco, and Zambia. We also want to do a comparison in moisture content, piloted by Zimbabwe or Egypt. The reference will be confirmed once we're able to secure one. Participants being Egypt, Zimbabwe, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. We also have planned participation in a key comparison, AFRIMETS T-K9, the full identifier to be confirmed, piloted by Ume Tubitak of Turkey, who will be giving us the linkage. Participants currently South Africa, Turkey, and Egypt. In terms of other TCT participation in the CCT and other RMO comparisons, we had representation in CCT-K9.3 from the range of the fixed point of argon to zinc, piloted by CEM of Spain, who are the linking lab. The protocol has been approved and measurements are beginning. AFRIMET participants in this comparison are NMI SA. We also have representation in CCT-K4.2 from the range of aluminium to silver, aluminium to gold, no, aluminium to silver, again piloted by CEM of Spain, who are the linking lab. Protocol has been approved, measurements have begun. Again, participating lab is NMI SA. We also had representation in CCT-K-11, a key comparison for black bodies for infrared ear and forehead thermometers from the range of 34 to 43 degrees Celsius. Protocol has been approved, measurements have begun, and AFRIMETS participating NMI, South Africa. We also had representation in APMP.T-K4.2, a key comparison in local realizations of aluminium freezing point temperatures. The range is just at the aluminium fixed point, which began in 2018. The status is that it's currently at draft A stage. The participating NMI from TCT was South Africa. We also have representation in APMP T-S11 and S12, local realization of radiation thermometer scale from Indian point, 2,800 degrees Celsius. So the range of measurements was from 156 to 2,800 degrees Celsius, which began in 2013. Measurements have been completed and report writing is currently being conducted. Participating lab from TCT was, again, South Africa. We were also represented in APMP T-S16 supplementary comparison for noble metal thermocouples from the range of 1,000 degrees to 1,560. Measurements began in 2017 and the current status is that the report is in draft A stage. Participating NMIs, South Africa. APMP T-S13 supplementary comparison for humidity at the dew point from the range of -60 degrees up to -90, which began in 2014. The current status is this comparison is under measurement. We were represented by South Africa. APMP T-S17 supplementary comparison of air thermometers from the range of -70 degrees to 90 degrees, currently in measurement. Participating NMI was South Africa. In the last year, the status of CMC submissions, NIS of Egypt have submissions pending in classification 222 and 233 for platinum resistance thermometers from the range of -50 to 550 degrees and pure metal thermocouples at fixed points currently under inter-RMO review process. KEBS of Kenya have CMCs under classification 222 currently under inter-RMO review process for platinum resistance thermometers from -10 degrees to 200 degrees. Ethiopian Meteorology Institute has 4 CMCs published and others under inter-RMO review for classifications 222, 231, and 232 for noble metal thermocouples from the range of 0 to 1,200 degrees and base metal thermocouples from 0 to 1,200 degrees. Tanzania Bureau of Standards has CMCs for digital thermometer, liquid and glass thermometer, and thermocouple thermometers currently under intra-RMO review process. So the status of our CMC publication over the last 6 years is we began in 2018 with 24 CMCs, and as of July 2024, we have 38 in the area of temperature. AFRIMETS TCT is actively participating in intra and inter-RMO CMC review processes. In terms of capacity building within the TC, NMISA provided training for Kenya Bureau of Standards temperature metrologists at the NMISA Training Center. They also hosted metrologists from the Ghana Standards Authority for 6 months. TBS hosted Malawi Bureau of Standards metrologists training in the area of temperature calibration measurement. KEBS is actively in the process of constructing a meeting and training center to offer more dedicated trainings. And GSA provided training for metrologists in the area of temperature from Benin. And the current chairmanship of TCT, our chairman is Dr. AFRIMETS from NMISA, and we have 2 vice chairs, myself from Kenya Bureau of Standards, and Professor Mohammed Gamal from NAS of Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any comment or question? I think there is none. Let's have the next DC chair presentation. It was electricity, followed by dosimetry. Can you hear me now? Okay. This. Now this is the report for TCEM activities for 2023-2024. We start. We had 2 meetings scheduled this year. We had an online meeting on the 17th of July, and then followed by in-person meeting here on the 29th of July. We had the following representatives: BOPS Botswana, KEBS Kenya, LPEE LNN Morocco, NIS Egypt, NMISA South Africa, SADC NMI Zimbabwe, NMIN Nigeria, UNBS Uganda, TBS Tanzania, and EMI Ethiopia. Now we look at the CMC reviews. And they submitted CMCs for reviews, and the JCRB review of those CMCs is in progress. And again, JCRB review of KEBS CMCs is in progress. And CMCs from Morocco, LPEE LNM Morocco, were published in the KCDB. Those from EMI Ethiopia were also published in the KCDB. Now, AFRIMETS performed a JCRB review of KUMET and EURAMET CMCs. Now, the KUMET CMC reviews were completed within the scheduled period, and the EURAMET ones are scheduled for completion on the 30th of September. Now we completed
a digital multimeter comparison a few years ago, and then we started with a review of the report. Now at last we managed to submit a draft peer review to the CCM Working Group Low Frequency for approval. That was submitted last month. We updated our comparison plan. Now for 2025, we will be performing an AC/DC, an AC and DC high voltage comparison that will be piloted by NIS. And we have NIS, LPEE, Morocco, DEFNAT, Tunisia, KEPS, Kenya, and TBS, Tanzania will participate in that comparison. And again, we scheduled a high resistance comparison that will be piloted by NMISA. The participants, there will be NMISA, South Africa, NIS, Egypt, DEFNAT, KEPS, and TBS. In 2027, we planned for AC power and energy comparison that will be piloted by NMISA, and then with the participants being NMISA, LPEE, LNM, KEPS, NIS, TBS, SADC, NMI. And then in 2028, we'll have an AC-DC transfer in voltage comparison that will be piloted by DEFNAT. And the participants, there will be NMISA, DEFNAT, NIS, EMI, KEPS, TBS, SADC, NMI, and UBNS. We had elections for the executive committee this year. The election results are as follows. The chairperson is Michael Koza from NMISA. Vice chairperson 1, Dr. Rasha Said A. Mohammed from NIS, Egypt. Vice chairperson 2, Dr. Hala Mohammed Ab El-Mahid from NIS, Egypt. And the secretary, Marcus Lakola from NMISA. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Any question, any comment? I see no hand up. So let's have the symmetry, then we'll have TCQS. Thank you.
So good afternoon. On behalf of the chair of the TCRI, Sibusisi Jozela, I'm going to give the report for this year on the TCRI. So my name is Grace. I work for Kenya Bureau of Standards as the head of dosimetry. I'll just be representing our chair, who's Sibusisi Jozela, in this presentation. So I'll talk about the AFRIMETS structure for our TC, the feedback from the recent meeting that was held on 31st, and then our plans, and then AFRIMETS activities, the planned activities in the TC. So to start with, I'll share with you our recent structure. So we have our chair, still as Sibu Josela from South Africa. And then we have our first vice chair as Professor Noha from Egypt. And then the second vice chair is Grace from Kenya Bureau of Standards. We have representation in the CCRI. We have the first representative as Professor Noha. And then we have Dr. Van, and then we have Professor Ahmed. And then for diagnostic radiology, we have Refue Pepenene from South Africa. And then for services, we have Dr. Rehan from Egypt. So now I'll just give a feedback from our meeting. Our meeting was conducted on 30th July or 2024. This was held virtually. So the countries that participated were, we had 2 participants from Egypt, 2 participants from Kenya, 3 from South Africa, and then 2 from Nigeria, and 1 from South Sudan. Our participant from Ethiopia was not able to join in due to struggles with joining the internet, but it was encouraged to have more participants in the future meetings, especially those ones that will be done online, to ensure that each and every member of the lab is able to attend the meeting. So then I'll move to the summary of the comparisons that have been done for the past period. So we have in AFRIMETS comparison that was done in 2016. This was done by NMISA. The participants were NMISA and NIS. The final report has already been published, and the report is going to be used to submit CMCs. And then we have another comparison that was done on 2016. This is still under AFRIMETS, where we had NMISA. And then the final report has also been published. Then we have another comparison for 2017 by NMISA, also already published. In 2020, we have a comparison under EuroMet that was done by NMISA. The final report on this one has also been published. And in this year, 2024, we had 2 comparisons done by KEBS and IEA. So we have one for radiation protection and another one for radiotherapy. Both the comparisons have been completed and the final reports have been issued. And yes, we are going to use these 2 comparisons to claim our CMCs. And we have other comparison from NMISA. This is under CCRI on ambient dose. The report is waiting. It's still a draft A. And then we still have 2 more from 2022 from NMISA, where draft A is still being awaited. So then we have activities under radioactivity comparison that were completed by NMISA in 2023-2024. So we have 1 proficiency test with IEA. We have another one on impurity analysis on oxygen. Then we have participation still with IEA, comparison number TERC 2022. And then we have participation with the SIM-IR, still on comparison on activity. So then our plan for intercomparison in the AFRIMETS for TCIR is as here. Bore, please move the slides. So then you have the comparisons, the planned comparisons. We have the first one that is scheduled for 2024. This is to be piloted by NIS. And then we have another one still scheduled for 2024, the K4 still to be piloted by NIS. We have S1 to be piloted by Kenya Bureau of Standards, that is 2027. And then we have the S1 to be piloted by NMISA in 2026. So now I'm going to talk about what we've done, the current status of the lab, and the future of each lab. So I'll begin with the Sudan lab. Currently, the Sudan lab is not able to operate due to the ongoing conflicts in the country. But the future plans is that they're planning to do neutron capability, introduce diagnostic radiology, contamination monitoring, and calibration. So I'll move to Kenya Bureau of Standards dosimetry lab. KEBS completed the installation of the Cobalt 60. We completed a bilateral comparison with IEA, and we are soon upgrading the calibration diagnostic imaging scope. So our future plans are to start the personnel monitoring, and then radiotherapy auditing. This is a quality control program that is meant to help all hospitals in the country. And then we're also planning to do calibration of radiotherapy equipment, brachytherapy equipment. And we intend to claim 4 CMCs using our just concluded intercomparison results. So then I moved to Nigeria. Currently, they have the National Diagnostic Reference Lab. They participated in IEA CRP, and then participated in IEA postal audits. Then they did professional testing conducted for dosimetry service providers. So their future plan is to do benchmarking measurements capability. This is involving in research activities and publication of papers. So I'll move to South Africa. Currently, they have established the random measurement capabilities. Then they're re-establishing the narrow series beam as per ISO. Then they have the DRLs, then establishment of the brachytherapy audits. So future plans is to benchmarking measurement capabilities, first of all, publication of CMCs, and then pilot comparison. Then NIS, they have established a primary lab in Neutron. Then they have the CRP proposal in diagnostics. Their future plans include a pilot for comparisons. So this is just I'll move next to feedback from the concluded meeting. We concluded that for us to move forward and make dosimetry a better measurement field in future, we'll have webinars, and then we'll have training on piloting of comparisons, then we'll have training in dosimetry measurements. This has been ongoing in conjunction with the BIPM, but we're going to make it more and more active. So apart from that, we're also planning to have technical workshops, and then we'll come up with a way to cost share the expenses of any that will be incurred during these workshops. So then I move to some of the AFRIMETS in terms of CMCs. From here we can see we have published CMCs from NMISA. We have 29, and we have 13 submitted for publication. And then from NIS, we have 3 published, and 1 has been submitted to be reviewed. And then we have 12 by NMISA, which are being prepared for submission. So I think with that, this is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Any comment, question? I don't see a hand. Thank you, TCCRI. Let's have TCQS.
Hello. Is it working? Okay. I would like to present you the report of TCQS for this year, 2024. We have our meeting in the 29th of July, 26 members have participated in this meeting, representing 12 NMIs. 13 attended physically in this meeting, and we have 11 attended online. We have two observers, Dr. Vainad Lunau, an observer, old friend, because he represents the CIPM president, and we have ECOWAS representation. I'm not sure this how it does it work well. Now we have, usually we start with a steering committee meeting, compress the office responsible for the work of TCQS. So we have the chair, vice chair, and secretariat prepare for the open meeting and revise the data for the NMIs and reports and so on. And of course, you know that TCQS approval is a requirement according to the CIPM MRA agreement, so that for the purpose of obtaining international recognition, the NMI has to have a quality system covers his activities and approved from the RMO TCQS. The NMIs who participated in our meeting are ZMA from Zambia, SERDAC from Zimbabwe, NIS from Egypt, NAMISA South Africa, POPS Botswana, INRAB Tunisia, LPEE Morocco, TBS Tanzania, EMI Ethiopia. And we have two institute and designated institute, DIFNET and NSI from Morocco and Namibia have sent their report and have been described by the Secretariat. And we have 3 observers who would like to introduce a report for their achievements to the TCQS, and they were welcome, but they are not under the supervision of TCQS. Now they are doing voluntary, but they are observing the TCQS activity and with the intention for applying for the TCQS approval in future. These 3 NMIs are GSA from Ghana, Rwanda Standards Body, and Uganda Standards Body. The presentations have been submitted by these representatives, the official representative of the NMI, and the feedback from the steering committee meeting, and this is the most important document, which is the table of approval and reapproval timing of the NMIs. We have on the schedule dating the reapproval assessment on 3 NMIs. Next September in 2024, POPS Botswana NMI, and in December INRAB Tunisia, and May 2025 LNB Morocco. The current office now are myself, the chairperson, the vice chair Lerato from NAMISA for CMCs, Sumaya Shaib for QS in French and ISO 34 from Tunisia, Grace Attica from KEPS for quality system in English. Secretariat will be Dr. Gouda from NIS and Dr. Musa from NMISA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question or comment? I see no hand. Thank you very much, TCQS Chair. I would like to invite TC Length. followed by TC Legal.
I am Benhard Ganda. I am the Vice Chair of TC Length. The Chair of TC Length is Professor Osama Tera from Egypt. He could not attend the meetings because he's on long leave. So I'm going to present a report on the activities of TC Length since our last meeting in Egypt last year. This year, we had a hybrid meeting. The meeting had 12 countries that were represented with a total of 18 participants. 6 participants attended physically, while 12 attended online. As one of the completed projects since our last meeting, we managed to conclude 7 length comparisons. These were all published in the BIPMKCDB. The 7 comparisons, all of them, we must thank PTB, the National Metrology Institute of the Federal Republic of Germany, because they sponsored all those comparisons. The first one to be published initially started as a static comparison, but with objectives of having countries register CMCs in the KCDB. It comprised of 9 countries, and it was registered as AFRIMETS LS6. That comparison was published in November 2023. And the other one, the other 6, they were registered as AFRIMETS LS5 or AFRIMETS L11 of 2019. They comprised of 6 artifacts, and these were piloted by NIS. Calipers, external micrometers, dial gauges, pin gauges, filler gauges, and setting rods. The comparisons were renamed using the guidelines of the Consultative Committee for Length. So their new names are as in the table. We have only one ongoing comparison so far, which is on gauge blocks by interferometry, which is being piloted by NMISA. We have also planned 3 comparisons on height gauges, surface tables, and 2-point micrometers. There are 5 comparisons on which we are still trying to draft protocols. The pilot labs of those comparisons are going to register these comparisons. And we are also trying to use the BIPM guidelines in drafting the protocols for these comparisons. Our NMIs participates in activities that try to those activities that are in line with mutual recognition arrangements, and they try to have international recognition by use of CIPM, MRA 1, and accreditation. NMIs that are accredited so far for length are 6. ZMA, CDK-NMI, NMISA, TBS, NIS, and Mauritius Bureau of Standards. There are also NMIs that have been peer-reviewed by AFRIMETS, KEBS, TBS, and CDK was peer-reviewed in May. They are still waiting for a peer review report. We have NMIs that have CIPM MRI recognition in length. These are NMISA and NIS of Egypt. Let me move on to calibration measurement capabilities now. During our meeting, there were 6 members who were chosen they were nominated to review CMCs to be submitted by NMIs. We hopefully are going to have some CMCs from the 7 reports that I have already mentioned. We have a total of 49 CMCs in length that are currently published through AFRIMETS. The countries with CMCs are NMISA and NIS, NMISA from South Africa, NIS Egypt. During this period, since our last meeting, there was no new CMCs that was registered. We have 4 CMCs that are currently under intra-RMO review, 2 from KEBS on calipers and micrometers, 2 from TBS, Tanzania, on micrometers and setting rods. There is none under JCRB review. During the meeting, there are some countries that expressed interest in registering CMCs. These are NIS, Egypt, KEBS, Kenya, TBS, Tanzania, CDK-NMI, Zimbabwe, ZMA, Zambia, Bob's, Ethiopia, Morocco, and NMISA. We are also carrying out R&D projects and trainings. R&D projects in upgrading calibration of tape measures. CABS and TBS, together with South Africa, are doing a project. This is a project for those countries with lasers, and this project is also being supported by PTB. The TBS project, as you can see on the picture there, the wall has already been completed for the tape tunnel. Then the 4 cabs, construction is ongoing. Maybe there are some of you who visited cabs yesterday. That's the status now. On training, there was a project proposal that was submitted for angle calibration knowledge sharing workshop, and also setting up angle calibration systems. The project emanated from NMISA South Africa from a 2023 survey, and it's awaiting funding approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much, TC Length. Any comments? Any question? Seeing none, thank you very much. Can I then ask TC Length to come forward? TC Legal to come forward. And also just to inform our colleagues participating online that we'll break for lunch. I think as soon as TC Legal has finished the presentation, we should be in the next 10 minutes. Please, if I would request that we all come back to join the meeting again at 2 o'clock. All at the latest 2:10, because our international stakeholders are supposed to make their presentation from around that time. So would really like to urge everybody to come back by that time around 2:15 or 2:10 at the latest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson. I'll be brief. Presenting on behalf of the Chairperson of the TC Legal, Engineer JPM. My name is Humphrey Nkoben. I'm the Vice Chairperson for the TC Legal Technical Committee. The brief presentation is just to show the current structure, which has not changed this year, and also just to state the objective of the meeting was to review the activities of the technical committee, gather and incorporate inputs into the committee's workings, and establish comprehensive programs. Now, the following are the highlights of the activities which took place between last year and this year, some of which, almost all of which have continued into this new year. The first issue is looking at the working group for legislation and harmonization. And they are in 3 components. One, the project group on policy and legislation, which is being led by IAMET. This involves the development of the African policy on legal metrology. The second one is a project group on instruments, which was undertaken by ICOMET, but now will be given to the DRC in SADCMEL. A project group on prepackaged commodities, which is spearheaded by SADCMEL. Now, in these three areas, the following are the activities. One, the completion of the development of the concept note, converting the current document done into concept notes, and then the programs which will be done within 4 months from this meeting. And then these TC legal documents will be presented in the workshop to be held in March 2025. Also, the committee also took note of the OML e-learning web platforms, which will be used heavily as we undertake these tasks. Further, the working group on awareness, which is led by IAMET, this involved the development of awareness material for legal metrology. But in the same fashion, this will be converted into concept papers and programs which will be ready within 4 months and also be presented in March 2025. Chairperson, the meeting had 8 resolutions. The first one was based on the offer which was given by Egypt to undertake training in the regulation of precious metals falling under legal metrology. The TC resolved that the Secretariat will make contact with Egypt within 2 months to accept the offer and then also to plan the said training or workshop. The second resolution, Mr. Chairperson, is that the regional legal metrology bodies were tasked to gather information from member states on how precious metals, internet stock bundles, airtime measurements, and road tanker fuel cells are regulated within the member states in the legal metrology context. This information will be reported on in the regional workshop, which will be held in March 2025. The intention is that these matters which are falling under these are most of the issues which are emerging now, which needs a solution within the legal metrology space. So the workshop will inform further action on these areas of common interest. The next resolution, Chairperson, was to do with the working group, education, which I've already referred to, and these will be converted into the concept note. The same issue falls on resolution number 4, which looks at awareness, which I've already alluded to, Mr. Chairperson. Resolution number 5, also I've already alluded to, has to do with legislation and harmonization across the African continent in terms of legal metrology, that the policies and legislation governing legal metrology be harmonized across the African continent. This will facilitate trade within Africa. Resolution number 6, in looking at prepackaged commodities, the sale of prepackaged commodities across Africa, harmonizing these within various subgroupings. These have already been done within SADCMEL as well. These have already been aligned to the latest OML documentation, but now this has to be harmonized across the African continent. Chair, the same applies to resolution number 7, which is looking at instruments. Resolution number 8, Mr. Chairperson, is now which will encompass the resolution of all the 7 resolutions which have been undertaken. A workshop to be undertaken in March 2025 to discuss these matters which I've already referred to. As before I close, Mr. Chairperson, just one of the things which came as we were discussing in the meeting on the 29th, the issue of low awareness at all levels and also poor participation keep on coming up. There are certain things which, Mr. Chairperson, can be looked at probably in tomorrow's meeting, which can help I think, improve awareness among the member states, among the policymakers, decision makers, as well as the uptakers of these services. We need to look at, like it was challenged to us area by Principal Secretary, what are the review the streams of metrology in terms of the relevance. The way we are structured at the moment, where the two structures, scientific metrology and legal metrology, are not moving in sync, it becomes very difficult to demonstrate the impact and therefore the relevance of metrology. And then also, it becomes very, very difficult to quickly respond to the emerging issues which are coming up, which OML, some of which OML addressed when we were in the meeting, the issues to do with the usage of solar, which will mean we have to improve capacity in the DC, and also the net metering, which is by meter, and also electric vehicles. These are very, very important issues which needs to be worked together, legal metrology and scientific metrology, and we find solution in these areas. This is very critical as we cooperate together, Mr. Chairman. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, TC Legal. Any comments, input? Seeing none, thank you very much, TC Legal. As I already indicated that we're going to stop here, then break off for lunch. The time now is, I think, about 10 minutes past 1. So if we could please come back at 10 minutes past 2 to start with the session on international stakeholders. Thank you. I think I just forgot one thing to mention, that we have changed the program a bit. We're going to start with the presentations from the international stakeholders, and then after that, that's when we're going to do the SRMO presentations. So we've just changed the program to start with the international stakeholders first. Thank you.
African countries have agreed to trade with each other.
Okay.
And this.
Hi there. My name is Caroline Mutoko and I'm back at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It looks like you and I are going to be learning a lot from this place in the coming weeks and months. I'm returning for a very important conversation. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Henry Rotich. Now, he is a Director of Metrology, Science of Measurement and Testing at KEBS, but he is also the current President and Chairman of AFRIMETS. So what I want to do first is ask you to tell us what AFRIMETS is, because to be honest, until 2 weeks ago, I had no idea.
Thank you, Carol. Metrology is the science of measurements.
That I learned from all of you.
Yes.
Yes.
So in the metrology world, we are organized in this way. We have the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, which is the apex body that governs metrology worldwide.
Okay.
So to improve the delivery of services, we have the regional metrology organizations.
Okay.
So we have one for Americas. We have one for Europe, which we call it Euramet. The Americas, we call it SIM. We have one for Asia, we call it APMP.
Okay.
We have one for the Russia, we call it KUMET. We also have one for the Middle East, CAFMET. Then for Africa, we have the AFRIMETS, which is the Intra-Africa Metrology Organization.
Okay.
So it is this is the regional metrology organization for Africa, which helps in coordinating metrology activities in Africa.
How many members?
We have 48 members, and then we also have some associates, and also we have some what we call the liaison institutions. So those are other regional metrology organizations, and our partners like PTB. We also have other national metrology institutes who also want to work with us.
So for the layperson who's saying that's nice, but what is your importance? Because it's always important that when a body is formed, people ask, wanafanyanga?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think the importance of the regional metrology organization is to bring together the member countries.
Yes.
And facilitate the intercomparison of measurements, and also establish traceability of the measurements that are being done in this region and compared with the international organizations, and also link it up to the SI unit at the meter convention.
Okay.
So we are, in Africa, we have the full members, so where we have Kenya, we have Egypt, we have South Africa, we have Morocco, we have Tunisia. Those are the 5 countries who are the full members of the meter convention. Then we have a number of other associates, like Zimbabwe is an associate, Tanzania is an associate. So these countries, they participate in activities of the meter convention. One of them is intercomparisons, where we compare our measurements with the other national metrology institutes. This way, it creates what we call confidence, because if I do measurements with you, you can see how I perform. We can always discuss and improve.
And trust.
Yes, and then we improve the confidence in those measurements.
So I understand from the 29th of July all the way to the 2nd of August?
Yes.
You've got what you call the General Assembly and related technical meetings. It's a meeting, so actually those technical meetings is what you're telling me about, instilling confidence and trusting that what they do, we do. When we receive a measurement from that other country, tunaweza kusema, we know what they do and how they do it.
Yes.
These technical meetings, I mean, we will not be privy. So give us a little, taste of what it is that happens.
I'm sure when you're in secondary school, you learned about the SI units.
Yes.
We have the mass, where we have the kilogram.
Grams, yes.
We have the Kelvin for temperature. We have the candela for light. We also have the second for time. So all these are the SI units. So in metrology, we organize our technical committees along those SI units.
Oh,
yes.
So people of light meet.
Yes, so get people who are involved in length. They will be having a meeting to discuss the technical issues and also plan for comparisons of their measurements, and also plan for the what we call calibration and measurement capabilities.
All right.
Because once you have developed your capability and you participate in the key comparisons with other national metrology institutes, and your measurements are good, then you can file these measurements in International Bureau of Weights and Measures key comparison database. And this is accessible. People can see all over the world. If I want to do business in Kenya, I can see the capability of Kenya in that database.
Okay, so once that is done, and I'm liking this, there's actually technical meetings, and the people in that discipline meet.
They meet.
So at some point, will you be showing off your labs here? Will they be visiting?
Yes. I mean, the event is not complete before people can come and see your labs here. So actually, the last on Thursday we'll have a tour of our labs.
Yes.
And so we welcome those who will be attending to come and see our labs. Also, those experts who will be here will also look at our labs, and also they can give us ideas on areas of improvement, or they can also get ideas on how they can also improve the areas. And remember, in metrology, the main goal is to build the confidence and also to make sure that the measurements we are doing are comparable. So these technical people, when they come, they can actually look at the equipment we are using. They can also advise us on the areas we need to improve. They can also get some advice from us on areas they can improve, so that we build that confidence.
Okay.
Because the desire is, we say, once tested, acceptable everywhere.
Whoa.
Because if I trust your measurements and I see your certificate, I don't need to do again. And this way it will cut the cost of doing business.
Very true.
For our communities, our industries, and our exporters. Because once we have that certificate that we've issued, then the others recognize that certificate and they accept without retesting or need for calibration.
That's very true.
Yes.
I would like to say to the AFRIMETS delegates, welcome, and please do see our dosimetry lab, because it is state of the art. It really is. It really is. And it's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, it's one of the few.
Yes.
We've actually finished with the installation. We've done comparisons. Because in metrology, you can never offer a service before you look at how your measurement performs by comparing with others.
Against another.
Yes. So we've just completed the intercomparison with IEA, that's International Energy Atomic Agency, and our results are very good. So now we are rolling out the measurements.
Fantastic.
Across within the country and also in the region.
I want to know how long, 17 years maybe, AFRIMETS has been in existence?
Yes.
Okay, as chair, this is where I'm giving you a chance to toot your own horn. What have been your achievements? One or two achievements?
So one of the key achievements that we've made in AFRIMETS is to improve metrology within the continent.
Okay.
Remember, in the year 2007, there were very few members. Actually, it was only South Africa and Egypt who were the full members of the META Convention. By then, Kenya was an associate. But we've grown. We became the full member in 2010. And between now and that time and now, as I mentioned, we now have 5 full members of the META Convention.
Yes.
Who can vote, and also they can actually file CMCs. We've also had a big number of countries who are now associate members.
Yes.
So the metrology infrastructure in Africa is growing. We've also been able to participate in a number of training capacity initiatives to build capacity. At the BIBM, we've had what we call capacity building for developing economies. A number of countries, they've sent their metrologists to go and train at the BIBM, and also in Turkey. We've had also in Korea, some in US. So we've really had a lot of growth in terms of capacity building for metrology in Africa.
Okay.
As a continent, AFRIMETS also, working with the AU, we have the PACI, which is the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Institutes, the PACI. And I'm the incoming chair of PACI. So we've been able to position metrology in Africa as one of the key quality infrastructure arms of the continent to promote metrology.
Okay.
So I think this is very, very good, because now AU has taken metrology as a key deliverable or a key instrument of of development in the continent.
And I actually like that.
Yes.
But I am a novice to this, you can imagine. I mean, the first time I was here, maybe 3 months ago, I remember the first time I was told, metrology. I had to look it up and I was like, the size of measurement. And from that moment I was sold. From that moment I was sold. However, as a current president and chair, what is your key message? Not just to your delegates, this year, but also to the rest of us, because, you know, we are sitting on a digital platform and it is here for posterity. What would you like to leave us with as we look forward not only to this conference in the next, taking place over 5 days, but going forward?
Measurements is key. We do measurements on daily basis and every second.
Yes.
As we are sitting here, the chair I'm sitting on, a lot of measurements was done to show that it can support my weight. The lights that we are using here, there are a lot of measurements to make sure that we get quality pictures.
Yes.
Also, even the contact lenses that our children are using, a lot of measurements. So if those measurements are not correct, you can imagine the kind of challenges you can have. If you're going to the hospital to get X-ray or for a CT scan, and if those doses are not correct, you will have injuries or you have misdiagnosis. So it's very important that we always insist on accurate measurements. We invest in metrology wherever you are. If you are in a manufacturing industry, use calibration services. If you are in service industry, also check and insist that those providing you services can demonstrate traceability of the measurements they're using as they engage with you.
Because only then can we trust the results we're given.
Yes. And that way we make our country also competitive, because we are exporting and we are really using the services of measurements, and that your measurements are traceable, then people will have confidence in what you do. I remember many years we used to say, if it's made in Germany, it's good. Why? Because there's a lot of measurements there.
I never thought about it like that.
Made in Japan. People are having confidence because they know it's reliable. Why is it reliable? Because measurements are applied. So I also hope that very soon, made in Kenya, will just be acceptable everywhere.
Everywhere, because it's a standard you can trust.
Yes. We also have the AFCFTA, which African countries have agreed to trade with each other. And this can only be successful if we implementing metrology, we're having acceptance of the measurements, so that it's easy to move within the continent. So metrology is a driver of the continent.
And development.
And
development. Thank you, Dr. Rotich, and let me wish you the very best as you host these delegates from 48 countries over the next 1 week. And I'm hoping they will leave here empowered and excited.
For sure. I would also like to extend my invitation that you can also come and engage and also learn more about what AFRIMETS does and metrology.
I'll take you up on that.
Thank you.
All right.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department serves as the country's National Metrology Institute and is the custodian of the national reference standards. The Metrology Department is mandated to realize, maintain, and disseminate the international system of units. The department also provides national traceability of measurements to the International System of Units, SI, in line with KEB's corporate vision, mission, goals, and strategies. This is its technical support to the economic, social, and political pillars that underpin the Kenya Vision 2030.
We are linked to the international systems of measurements through Kenya Bureau of Standards. So we keep the measurements for Kenya on various SI units like mass, pressure, temperature, photometry. We also look at length, and also when you look at in areas of radiation.
Kenya Bureau of Standards is a statutory government agency that usually maintain standards. As the name suggests, we are a Bureau of Standards. So there are two kinds of standards. We have the documentary standards, and then you have the measurement standard.
A documentary standard gives a specification of the standards of products or services that are offered to customers.
So a documentary standard usually gives the specifications of products or services that are offered to the customers. So for example, this one is a Kenya standard specification for cheese. So cheese that is produced in the country must comply with the requirements that are specified in this standard. There's nutritional information. There are also quality characteristics of the cheese, and also there are safety aspects. So when you look at safety aspects, you're looking at things like contaminants like heavy metals, and you're also looking at microbiological contaminants. They are all specified. The limits are also specified in this standard.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department establishes a traceability link to the SI units through calibration of the national reference standards. This happens at a National Metrology Institute that realizes the SI units, or at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures.
So this was to facilitate trade and also to help in manufacturing. You remember these days we do a lot of contract manufacturing. If you have a vehicle, maybe you get parts from various companies making them for you, and you do assembly. So you can imagine if the measurements you have given them are different from what you have, it will be very hard for you to assemble the vehicle. So metrology helps establishing that comparability of measurements and coherency of the systems.
So there are 7 fundamental units of measurement. So we have Kelvin for thermodynamic temperature, we have meter for length or dimension, we have second for time, we have ampere for current electricity, we have candela for luminous intensity, we have mole for amount of substance.
If you're exporting tea, for example, to the UK, it's your desire as a trader that when the levels of residues have been measured in Kenya and they are measured at the receiving market, there should not be variations. And that's why we're talking about comparability of those measurements, that what you measure in Kenya is comparable. And that way, it builds the confidence in trade and facilities in trade. Also, it helps in removing technical barriers to trade.
Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department then disseminates this traceability as its mandate throughout the country through calibrations and piloting comparisons. Additionally, KEB's Metrology Department performs training of industry players to build their competences and bolster the overall national quality infrastructure.
So the manufacturer is, we test their competence to determine the amount amount that is present in the sample. That's number 1. Number 2, we have this reference material that we use now for the calibration of the equipment that they use. So this one we also produce for the industry laboratories to enable them to have competence so to calibrate and give accurate measurement results. Those fundamental constants of nature, we usually realize them scientifically. So the way you go to a supermarket or the way you go to a butchery and you want a kilo of meat, they would put meat and they would put a mass on one side. So if they balance out, then you say that I've been given a kilo of meat. So that mass that is used, that's an artifact that is derived from a standard kilogram that is maintained by Kenya Bureau of Standards.
The department has calibration centers, which are the legal entities that perform calibration within the country. The traceability from the department and accreditation by KENAS ensures that the laboratories perform traceability measures and calibrations in line with the requirements of the ISO number 17025.
We have 14 labs in metrology, and these labs, they are custodians of the measurement standard for the country. We have mass lab, where we calibrate masses for the industry, and we also established traceability to the SI unit. So Kenya, we are keeping the national prototype, which is N95 for Kenya. So, and then we have pressure lab, where we calibrate for the industry, pressure gauges, even the blood pressure machines, we calibrate here. So we establish traceability of those measurements with the SI unit, and then we also help the industry to calibrate so that in their production, their systems are accurate.
We have traceability. And through traceability, it is a hierarchy of measurement with our headquarters at BIPM in France. So depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will take, test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
We also have FORCE, where we are doing a number of calibrations for industry, aviation industry, and also the road construction industry. We also have temperature, where we do measurements for industry in temperature gauges that they're using. And we also, you remember during COVID, we were calibrating the thermal guns which are being used.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Time and Frequency Laboratory is the national custodian for the SI unit for time and frequency. The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the International Systems Unit through calibrations to its reference standards.
In time and frequency, we realize the unit of time and frequency. As you know, time is the inverse of frequency, so you cannot separate the two. We are all consumers of time because seasons, they are according to the time aspect of the year. You know, the hour guide you when to sleep, when to wake, what to do, the season when to plant, the season we are, and everything. So everybody is a consumer of time.
The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the SI through calibrations to its reference standards, the cesium atomic clocks. Metrology thus has great significance in time traceability and its application in imported goods.
The importance of time, when you are navigating, you are navigating in the high sea or in the air. You cannot see the country you want to go to. You are guided by the time in form of compass, the north, south, east, and west. This principle is usually used by the planes or the ships in the high seas when they are docking in the harbor, ama the planes on the landway. Most of the gadgets in the house, you are using remotes. Remotes is just a frequency you are transmitting to the gadget to operate it. So whenever you take a remote to tune to that channel you want, ama to open your vehicle, you are consuming frequency. Depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will take, test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
The time and frequency laboratory is also the custodian of seconds and carries out calibration on local time.
At a very simple level, I want to catch my flight. I'm checking my watch. It's reading 7 o'clock. My flight is at 8. Now, when I reach the airport and I find that I was actually 10 minutes late, I found the counter is closed. I missed my flight. So the calibration ensures that all these measurement devices are accurate so that you can be able to make correct decisions based on accurate data.
Then there is the force, torque, and hardness laboratory. This laboratory realizes the SI unit of force in Newton, that of torque and Newton meter, as well as that of hardness, which is unitless. Force, torque, and hardness laboratory, therefore, calibrates these measures to practical application in our daily lives.
We calibrate our standards using this machine before we go and calibrate the one for the customers in the industry.
What's the machine used for?
The machine is used to calibrate load cells, both in compression and tension. So the machine is a universal testing machine. So after us calibrating our standards, then we go to calibrate the compression testing machines in the industry, CBR machines, and tensile machines, whereby these compression machines are used in testing either the strength of concrete, strength of soil, and also testing the strength of a material, e.g. in textile industries.
For hardness, this laboratory has a machine known as torque range calibrator.
This is whereby we calibrate the torque ranges. These torque ranges are commonly applicable in assembly industries, aircraft industries, and institutions.
Metrology calibration on force, torque, and hardness has remarkable significance in our day-to-day lives.
Saves on cost, time,
and lives.
And lives.
You avoid accidents, like
Yes.
building collapsing because you didn't mix the right materials with the right strength.
Correct, Alex. Yes, that is what is happening now.
The MAS laboratory is a section in the Metrology Services Department of the Kenya Bureau of Standards that maintains custody of the national prototype kilogram under serial number 95.
These are examples of various.
It provides measurement traceability to the International System Unit of Mass in kilogram.
We have a wide scope of what we do in mass, starting with calibration of mass standards. We also do calibration of balances. We do solid density determination for masses.
The services offered by Mass Metrology section at KEBS include mass calibration of standard weights, mass calibration of dead weights, determination of solid density of the weights, weighing instruments calibration, and moisture instruments calibration.
We do calibration of equipments that determine the moisture content levels. Like in the grain industry, we need to get like the specific moisture. For each and every cereal, the grains, they have allowable or the minimum and the maximum allowable limits for the moisture content in them. Like when we talk about maize, we know we should be operating within moisture content levels of between 13 and 15%. So we ensure that equipments that are used to do the measurements of the moisture are calibrated and should give results which are within the tolerance of the between the 13 and 15. Should not be below or should not be giving results outside 13 or should not be giving above 15%.
To consistently uphold the high standards food products, KEBS Met monitorizes and measures moisture content in stored food substances. This ensures longevity and minimizes the risk of food contamination or spoilage.
We as KEBS and MASLab, we have gone to an extent of ensuring that those equipments doing that work have been calibrated, and we have certified them to do that work, and the results being given are results which are accurate.
Hi there. My name is Caroline Mutoko and I'm back at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It looks like you and I are going to be learning a lot from this place in the coming weeks and months. I'm returning for a very important conversation. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Henry Rotich. Now, he is a Director of Metrology, Science of Measurement and Testing at KEBS, but he is also the current President and Chairman of AFRIMETS. So what I want to do first is ask you to tell us what AFRIMETS is, because to be honest, until 2 weeks ago, I had no idea.
Thank you, Carol. Metrology is the science of measurements.
That I learned from all of you.
Yes.
Yes.
So in the metrology world, we are organized in this way. We have the International Bureau of Weights and Measures, which is the apex body that governs metrology worldwide.
Okay.
So to improve the delivery of services, we have the regional metrology organizations.
Okay.
So we have one for Americas. We have one for Europe, which you call it Euramet. The Americas, we call it SIM. We have one for Asia, we call it APMP.
Okay.
We have one for the Russia, we call it KUMET. We also have one for the Middle East, CAFMET. Then for Africa, we have the AFRIMETS, which is the Intra-Africa Metrology Organization.
Okay.
So it is this is the regional metrology organization for Africa, which helps in coordinating metrology activities in Africa.
How many members?
We have 48 members, and then we also have some associates, and also we have also some what we call the liaison institutions. So those are other regional metrology organizations, and our partners like PTB. We also have other national metrology institutes who also want to work with us.
So for the layperson who's saying that's nice, but what is your importance? Because it's always important that when a body is formed, people ask, wanafanyanga?
Oh yes.
Yes.
Yes, I think the importance of the regional metrology organization is to bring together the member countries.
Yes.
And facilitate the intercomparison of measurements, and also establish traceability of the measurements that are being done in this region and compared with the international organizations, and also link it up to the SI unit at the meter convention.
Okay.
So we are, in Africa, we have the full members, so where we have Kenya, we have Egypt, we have South Africa, we have Morocco, we have Tunisia. Those are the 5 countries who are the full members of the meter convention. Then we have a number of other associates, like Zimbabwe is an associate, Tanzania is an associate. So these countries, they participate in activities of the meter convention. One of them is intercomparisons, where we compare our measurements with the other national metrology institutes. This way, it creates what we call confidence, because if I do measurements with you, you can see how I perform. We can always discuss and improve.
And trust.
Yes, and then we improve the confidence in those measurements.
So I understand from the 29th of July all the way to the 2nd of August?
Yes.
You've got what you call the General Assembly and related technical meetings. It's a meeting, so actually those technical meetings is what you're telling me about, instilling confidence and trusting that what they do, we do. When we receive a measurement from that other country, tunaweza kusema, we know what they do and how they do it.
Yes.
These technical meetings, I mean, we will not be privy. So give us a little, you know, taste of what it is that happens.
I'm sure when you're in secondary school, you learned about the SI units.
Yes.
We have the mass, where we have the kilogram.
Grams, yes.
We have the Kelvin for temperature. We have the candela for light. For light. We also have the second for time. So all these are the SI units. So in metrology, we organize our technical committees along those SI units.
Oh,
yes.
So people of light meet.
Yes, so get people who are involved in length. They will be having a meeting to discuss the technical issues. And also plan for comparisons of their measurements, and also plan for the what we call calibration and measurement capabilities. Because once you have developed your capability and you participate in the key comparisons with other national metrology institutes, and your measurements are good, then you can file these measurements in International Bureau of Weights and Measures key comparison database. And this is accessible. People can see all over the world. If I want to do business in Kenya, I can see the capability of Kenya in that database.
Okay, so once that is done, and I'm liking this, there's actually technical meetings, and the people in that discipline meet.
They meet,
so at some point, will you be showing off your labs here? Will they be visiting?
Yes. I mean, the event is not complete before people can come and see our labs here. So actually the last, on Thursday, we have a tour of our labs.
Yes.
And so we welcome those who will be attending to come and see our labs. Also, those experts who will be here will also look at our labs, and also they can give us ideas on areas of improvement, or they can also get ideas on how they can also improve the areas.
Also improve.
And remember, in metrology, the main goal is to build the confidence and also to make sure that the measurements we are doing are comparable. So these technical people, when they come, they can actually look at the equipment we are using. They can also advise us on the areas we need to improve. They can also get some advice from us on areas they can improve so that we build that confidence.
Okay.
Because the desire is, we say, once tested, acceptable everywhere.
Whoa.
Because if I trust your measurements
and
I see your certificate, I don't need to do again. And this way it will cut the cost of doing business.
Very true.
For our communities, our industries, and our exporters. Because once we have that certificate that we've issued, then the others recognize that certificate and they accept without retesting or need for calibration.
That's very true.
Yes.
I would like to say to the AFRIMETS delegates, welcome, and please do see our dosimetry lab because it is state of the art. It really is. It really is. And it's one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, it's one of the few.
Yes.
We've actually finished with the installation. We've done comparisons. Because in metrology, you can never offer a service before you look at how your measurement performs by comparing with others.
Against another.
Yes. So we've done, just completed the intercomparison with IEA, that's International Energy Atomic Agency, and our results are very good. So now we are rolling out the measurements.
Fantastic.
Across within the country and also in the region.
I want to know how long, 17 years maybe, AFRIMETS has been in existence?
Yes.
Okay, as chair, this is where I'm giving you a chance to toot your own horn. What have been your achievements? One or two achievements?
So one of the key achievements that we've made in AFRIMETS is to improve metrology within the continent.
Okay.
Remember, in the year 2007, there were very few members. Actually, it was only South Africa and Egypt who were the full members of the meter convention. By then, Kenya was an associate. But we've grown. We became the full member in 2010. And between now and that time and now, as I mentioned, we now have 5 full members of the meter convention.
Yes.
Who can vote, and also they can actually file CMCs. We've also had a big number of countries who are now associate members.
Yes.
So the metrology infrastructure in Africa is growing. We've also been able to participate in a number of training capacity initiatives to build capacity. At the BIBM, we've had what we call capacity building for developing economies. A number of countries, they've sent their metrologists to go and train at the BIBM, and also in Turkey. We've had also in Korea, some in US. So we've really had a lot of growth in terms of capacity building for metrology in Africa.
Okay.
As a continent, AFRIMETS also, working with the AU, we have the PACI, which is the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure Institutes, the PACI. And I'm the incoming chair of PACI. So we've been able to position metrology in Africa as one of the key quality infrastructure arms of the continent to promote metrology.
Okay.
So I think this is very, very good because now AU has taken metrology as a key deliverable or a key instrument of development in the continent.
And I actually like that.
Yes.
But I am a novice to this, you can imagine. I mean, the first time I was here, maybe 3 months ago, I remember the first time I was told, metrology. I had to look it up and I was like, the size of measurement. And from that moment I was sold. From that moment I was sold. However, as a current president and chair, what is your key message? Not just to your delegates, this year, but also to the rest of us, because, you know, we are sitting on a digital platform and it is here for posterity. What would you like to leave us with as we look forward not only to this conference in the next, taking place over 5 days, but going forward?
Measurements is key. We do measurements on daily basis and every second.
Yes.
As we are sitting here, the chair I'm sitting on, a lot of measurements was done to show that it can support my weight. The lights that we are using here, there are a lot of measurements to make sure that we get quality pictures.
Yes.
Also, even the contact lenses that our children are using, a lot of measurements. So if those measurements are not correct, you can imagine the kind of challenges you can have.
Yes.
If you're going to the hospital to get X-ray or for a CT scan, and if those doses are not correct,
yes,
you will have injuries or you have misdiagnosis.
Yes.
So it's very important that we always insist on accurate measurements. We invest in metrology wherever you are.
Yes.
If you are in a manufacturing industry,
yes,
use calibration services. If you are in service industry, also check and insist that those providing you services can demonstrate traceability of the measurements they're using as they engage with you.
Because only then can we trust the results we're given.
Yes.
Yes.
And that way we make our country also competitive, because we are exporting and we are really using the services of measurements, and that your measurements are traceable, then people will have confidence in what you do.
Okay.
I remember many years we used to say if it's made in Germany, it's good. Why? Because there's a lot of measurements there.
I never thought about it like
that. Talk about made in Japan. People are having confidence because they know it's reliable. Why is it reliable? Because measurements are applied. So I also hope that very soon, made in Kenya will just be acceptable everywhere.
Everywhere, because it's a standard you can trust.
Yes.
Okay.
We also have the AFCFTA, which African countries have agreed to trade with each other.
Okay.
And this can only be successful if we implementing metrology.
Yes.
We're having acceptance of the measurements so that it's easy to move within the continent.
True.
Yeah, so metrology is a driver of the continent.
And development.
Yes.
And development.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Rotich. And let me wish you the very best as you host these delegates from 48 countries over the next 1 week. And I'm hoping they will leave here empowered and excited.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
I would also like to extend my invitation that you can also come and engage and also learn more about what AFRIMETS does and metrology.
I'll take you up on that.
Thank you.
All right.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department serves as the country's National Metrology Institute and is the custodian of the National Reference Standards. The Metrology Department is mandated to realize, maintain, and disseminate the international system of units. The department also provides national traceability of measurements to the International System of Units, SI, in line with KEB's corporate vision, mission, goals, and strategies. This is its technical support to the economic, social, and political pillars that underpin the Kenya Vision 2030.
We are linked to the international systems of measurements through Kenya Bureau of Standards. So we keep the measurements for Kenya on various SI units like mass, pressure, temperature, photometry. We also look at length, and also when you look at in areas of radiation.
Kenya Bureau of Standards is a statutory government agency that usually maintains standards. As the name suggests, we are a Bureau of Standards. So there are two kinds of standards. We have the documentary standards, and then you have the measurement standard.
A documentary standard gives a specification of the standards of products or services that are offered to customers.
So a documentary standard usually gives the specifications of products or services that are offered to the customers. So for example, this one is a Kenya standard specification for cheese. So cheese that is produced in the country must comply with the requirements that are specified in this standard. There's nutritional information. There are also quality characteristics of the cheese, and also their safety aspects. So when you look at safety aspects, you're looking at things like contaminants like heavy metals, and you're also looking at microbiological contaminants. They are all specified. The limits are also specified in this standard.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department establishes a traceability link to the SI units through calibration of the national reference standards. This happens at a National Metrology Institute that realizes the SI units or at the International Bureau of Weights and Measures.
So this was to facilitate trade and also to help in manufacturing. You remember these days we do a lot of contract manufacturing. If you have a vehicle, maybe you get parts from various companies making them for you, and you do assembly. So you can imagine if the measurements you have given them are different from what you have, it will be very hard for you to assemble the vehicle. So metrology helps establishing that comparability of measurements and coherency of the systems.
So there are 7 fundamental units of measurement. So we have Kelvin for thermodynamic temperature, we have meter for length or dimension, we have second for time, we have ampere for current electricity, we have candela for luminous intensity, we have mole for amount of substance.
If you are exporting tea, for example, to the UK, it's your desire as a trader that when the levels of residues have been measured in Kenya and they are measured at the receiving market, there should not be variations. And that's why we're talking about comparability of those measurements, that what you measure in Kenya is comparable. And that way, it builds the confidence in trade and facilitating trade. Also, it helps in removing technical barriers to trade.
Kenya Bureau of Standards Metrology Department then disseminates this traceability as its mandate throughout the country through calibrations and piloting comparisons. Additionally, KEB's Metrology Department performs training of industry players to build their competences and bolster the overall national quality infrastructure.
So the manufacturer is, we test their competence to determine the amount of amount that is present in the sample. That's number one. Number two, we have this reference material that we use now for the calibration of the equipment that they use. So this one we also produce for the industry laboratories to enable them to have competence so to calibrate and give accurate measurement results. Those fundamental constants of nature, we usually realize them scientifically. So the way you go to a supermarket or the way you go to a butchery and you want a kilo of meat, they would put meat and they would put a mass on one side. So if they balance out, then you say that I've been given a kilo of meat. So that mass that is used, that's an artifact that is derived from a standard kilogram that is maintained by Kenya Bureau of Standards.
The department has calibration centers, which are the legal entities that perform calibration within the country. The traceability from the department and accreditation by KENAS ensures that the laboratories perform traceability measures and calibrations in line with the requirements of the ISO number 17025.
We have 14 labs in metrology, and these labs, they are custodians of the measurement standard for the country. We have mass lab, where we calibrate masses for the industry, and we also establish traceability to the SI unit. So Kenya, we are keeping the national prototype, which is N95 for Kenya. So, and then we have pressure lab, where we calibrate for the industry, pressure gauges, even the blood pressure machines, we calibrate here. So we establish traceability of those measurements with the SI unit, and then we also help the industry to calibrate so that in their production, their systems are accurate.
We have traceability. And through traceability, it is a hierarchy of measurement with our headquarters at BIPM in France. So depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
We also have FORCE, where we are doing a number of calibrations for industry, aviation industry, and also the road construction industry. We also have temperature, where we do measurements for industry in temperature gauges that they're using. And we also, you remember during COVID, we were calibrating the thermal guns which are being used.
The Kenya Bureau of Standards Time and Frequency Laboratory is the national custodian for the SI unit for time and frequency. The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the International Systems Unit through calibrations to its reference standards.
In time and frequency, we realize the unit of time and frequency. As you know, time is the inverse of frequency, so you cannot separate the two. We are all consumers of time because seasons, they are according to the time aspect of the year. You know, the hour guide you when to sleep, when to wake, what to do, the season when to plant, the season we are, and everything. So everybody is a consumer of time.
The laboratory offers traceability nationwide and regionally to the SI through calibrations to its reference standards, the cesium atomic clocks. Metrology thus has great significance in time traceability and its application in imported goods.
The importance of time, when you are navigating, you are navigating in the high sea or in the air. You cannot see the country you want to go to. You are guided by the time in form of compass, the north, south, east, and west. This principle is usually used by the planes or the ships in the high seas when they are docking in the harbor, ama the planes on the landway. Most of the gadgets in the house you are using remotes. Remotes is just a frequency you are transmitting to the gadget to operate it. So whenever you take a remote to tune to that channel you want, ama to open your vehicle, you are consuming frequency. Depending on where you have calibrated your equipment, your traceability will be there. So we will test what is supposed to be done that time. We see whether it conforms to what the manufacturer manual is saying. Then we know it's okay.
The Time and Frequency Laboratory is also the custodian of seconds and carries out calibration on local time.
At a very simple level, I want to catch my flight. I'm checking my watch. It's reading 7 o'clock. My flight is at 8. Now, when I reach the airport and I find that I was actually 10 minutes late, I found the counter is closed. I missed my flight. So the calibration ensures that all these measurement devices are accurate so that you can be able to make correct decisions based on accurate data.
Then there is the Force, Torque and Hardness Laboratory. This laboratory realizes the SI unit of force in Newton, that of torque and Newton meter, as well as that of hardness, which is unitless. Force, Torque and Hardness Laboratory, therefore, calibrates these measures to practical application in our daily lives.
We calibrate our standards using this machine before we go and calibrate the one for the customers in the industry.
What's the machine used for?
The machine is used to calibrate load cells, both in compression and tension. So the machine is a universal testing machine. So after us calibrating our standards, then we go to calibrate the compression testing machines in the industry, CBR machines, and tensile machines, whereby these compression machines are used in testing either the strength of concrete, strength of soil, and also testing the strength of a material, e.g. in textile industries.
For hardness, this laboratory has a machine known as torque range calibrator.
This is whereby we calibrate the torque ranges. These torque ranges are commonly applicable in assembly industries, aircraft industries, and institutions.
Metrology calibration on force, torque, and hardness has remarkable significance in our day-to-day lives.
Saves on cost, time,
And lives.
And lives.
Do you avoid accidents, like
Yes.
building collapsing because you didn't mix the right materials with the right strength?
Correct, Alex. Yes, yes, that is what is happening now.
The Mars Laboratory is a section in the Metrology Services Department of the Kenya Bureau of Standards that maintains custody of the national prototype kilogram under serial number 95.
These are examples of various.
It provides measurement traceability to the International System Unit of Mass in kilogram.
We have a wide scope of what we do in mass, starting with calibration of mass standards. We also do calibration of balances. We do solid density determination for masses.
The services offered by Mass Metrology section at KEBS include mass calibration of standard weights, mass calibration of dead weights, determination of solid density of the weights, weighing instruments calibration, and moisture instruments calibration.
We do calibration of equipment that determine the moisture content levels. Like in the grain industry, we need to get like the specific moisture. For each and every cereal, the grains, they have allowable or the minimum and the maximum allowable limits for the moisture content in them. Like when we talk about maize, we know we should be operating within moisture content levels of between 13 and 15%. So we ensure that equipments that are used to do the measurements of the moisture are calibrated and should give results which are within the tolerance of the between the 13 and 15. Should not be below or should not be giving results outside 13 or should not be giving above 15%.
To consistently uphold the high standards food products, KEBS Met monitorizes and measures moisture content in stored food substances. This ensures longevity and minimizes the risk of food contamination or spoilage.
Good morning, everybody. Let's take our seats so that we can start on time. Let's take our seats so that we can start on time.
Certified them to do that work and the result.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you are still outside, just come in. If you are outside, please come in. We want to start. Come in, please, if you are outside. Yeah, we are starting on time.
Hi there.
And I think we are now on time.
I'm back at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. It looks like you and I are going to be learning a lot from this place in the coming weeks and months. I'm returning for a very important conversation. Today, I'm joined by Dr. Henry Rotich. Now, he is the Director of Metrology, Science of Measurement and Testing at KEBS, but he is also the current President and Chairman of
Good afternoon. Can I check with the BIPM, Rahim, if you are ready to maybe prepare your presentation? Rahima?
Hello, yes, sorry, I didn't hear my name. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Okay, yes, no problem. I can start. Hello.
Can we get some sound?
You can't hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now, Rahima.
Yes,
can I also just check Ian Dunmill, BIML? Can you hear us?
I'm here, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who else is supposed to share the presentation?
Okay, so I think we can start. Rahima, if you can share your presentation, then you can proceed.
Thank you. Yes, just a second, please. I hope you can see my presentation in a full mode. Yes.
Yes,
Thank you.
Rahima,
Thank you,
it is
first of
fine.
all. Thank you for this invitation. It's great to be here online. I'm Rahima Guliyeva, Principal Liaison Officer at the BAPM, International Bureau of Weights and Measures, and it's a great pleasure to join the 7th AFRIMETS General Assembly today and present the BAPM updates. Without further ado, I would like to start. My first slide is about BAPM membership. So as you may know, at the BAPM, we have two types of membership, member states and associates. And we have here in this slide two maps. The first map shows the world map and representation from the member states and associates. And the second map is about regional metrology organizations. So currently we have 64 member states and 36 associates. And they all our members, they participate in the CIPM MRA. They are signatories to the mutual recognition arrangement, together with 4 international organizations and 149 designated institutes. As you may know, we have a publicly available database, KCDB, where you can get information about the comparisons and CMC's, calibration and measurement capabilities. I have included in this slide today's statistics from KCDB data. So talking about KCDB and the CIPM MRA, I want just to update you about current participation from AFRIMETS region. So as you may know, we have 5 member states and 8 associates from AFRIMETS region. This is the map also showing this. Regarding participation in the key comparisons and supplementary comparisons, so as you can see in these two graphs, we have in total 337 key comparisons and more than 200 supplementary comparisons. And respective CMCs, they are mainly published in the general physics, chemistry, biology, and ionizing radiation fields, and you have all statistics in this slide. And as I mentioned, this data is also publicly available, so you can access KCDB statistics from our webpage as well. Now I would like to move to another topic, which is about, we started about membership issues, so I want just to talk about wider participation in BIPM activities and future plans in this respect. So as you may recall, we had our 27th General Conference held in November 2022, and there were very important resolutions adopted at this General Conference, and one of them was on universal adherence to the Meter Convention. And today we're talking about wider participation in BIPM activities, and this resolution gave a mandate to CIPM, our executive organ, to review the membership practices of other international organizations and also our current rules and practices, and to see the implications of wider participation in our work program, and to propose actions for the next CGPM to be held in October 2026. So we expect adoption of a resolution on this. So why, in fact, we had this wider participation discussion. So just I mentioned that we have 64 member states and 36 associates. And when we just calculate and take into account all associate states, because as you know, we also have associate economies. So from UN member states, we have currently 108 states participating in our activities, which leaves behind 85 UN member states that are not yet participating in our activities, neither as a member state nor as associate states. And here we made analysis regarding their participation in regional metrology organizations, and I highlighted the information about AFRIMETS region. So as you can see, and also we took into account the UN scale, UN coefficient, which in certain cases above 0.02 and less than 0.02. So those states from AFRIMETS region, these are 3 states, Algeria, Cote d'Ivoire, and Nigeria, their UN scale is more than 0.02, Whereas we have also those states participating in RMOs with less UN scale 0.02, and currently there are 34 from AFRIMETS region, so majority in AFRIMETS region. And there are also states that are not yet participating in RMOs, and here we have 4, and their UN scale is less than 0.02. So considering all this, we came up with idea about the wider participation, so how to include these 85 states in our activities. And why, in fact, we do seek this wider participation issue. The fact that these states, this 85 UN member states, they are using already international system of units, SI, and UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, and they also implement the meteorological traceability concept. But as they are not participating in our activities, in the activities of the BAPM, there is no visibility for this. And as you see in the previous slide, 71 of these 85 states, they are too small, in fact, to realistically consider to become a member state or associate state in future. And in order to achieve this wider participation, we must engage with these states, of course. And we were thinking the ways how we should engage with these states, and they shouldn't, let's say, be a requirement having the National Meteorology Institute or signing the CIPM MOA, because this is really requiring the developed meteorological infrastructure and active participation in the world measurement system. And we also said that this will be a free status when we compare with the current member state and associate status, which requires payment of annual contribution and subscription. But in that case, in this third category, if you wish, it shouldn't be about the money, it should be free status. And of course, the important thing that we shouldn't renegotiate in the Meteor Convention, and whatever solutions that will be put on a table, they should be acceptable to the current member states. Now, we decided there was a proposal. We, of course, learned the experience of other international organizations, and the CIPM plans to put this proposal forward about an observer status. So we call it observer. Observers, they will have the opportunity to participate in the CGPM meetings as observers, as, for example, associate states currently doing. But also they will have access to tailor-made capacity building activities. Just to recall that to our capacity building activities, being this in person or e-learning, only our current members, so member states and associates, they have only access to these capacity building activities. But in the case of observers, we're thinking about tailor-made specific courses for them. And of course, there will be no membership fee required for this status. And of course, this will also give certain benefits to those states. And first of all, they will get this visibility that they implement, in fact, the SI and UTC. And to achieve this, there will be certain commitments, of course, and we will ask providing some sort of information to us about using the SI and UTC and the implementation of the CGPM. And maybe for future as well, we were thinking also to open this status to observer to intergovernmental organizations with which we are already cooperating, and they also have activities and also interests related to our vision, mission, and objectives. Now, I would like to talk about World Meteorology Day topic, which is, I believe for this year, this was really special. So you may recall we had this initiative. This was one of the important initiatives at the BAPM to have the recognition of World Meteorology Day as UNESCO Day. So in fact, we are celebrating together with our sister organization, OML, International Organization for Legal Metrology, and together with, of course, RMOs, and also National Metrology Institute. So with all our metrology community, we are celebrating World Metrology Day since 2000, and we have also a special webpage dedicated to this. But our purpose was to go a bit beyond and to have the recognition by UNESCO, because as you know, in UN system, certain UN specialized agencies, they can have the recognition of certain dates as world or international days. So we started this journey in 2018, and we are very grateful to those UNESCO member states who supported our proposal. They were 43 UNESCO member states, and including the permanent delegation of Kazakhstan to UNESCO, who in fact was the primary sponsor of this proposal. And here you see in a highlighted form the states from the Africa region who supported our proposal. Again, thank you for your support. And even those states that are not yet participating in our activities, as you see, Cameroon, Gabon, and Liberia, they also supported our proposal. So we are really grateful for that. And this proposal was approved first by the UNESCO Executive Board and then last year by UNESCO General Conference by adoption of the resolution. And of course, this gave us opportunity to expand, let's say, our community or stakeholders and work closely also with the scientific community of UNESCO. And this year was really special, as I mentioned, because this was the first celebration of the World Meteorology Day as UNESCO Day. This year's topic was about sustainability, as we may know, and we organized the first event at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. We talked about We Measure Today for Sustainable Tomorrow. This event was in a hybrid form, and we invited the permanent delegations, our stakeholders and constituencies, international organizations. So, and I had a pleasure to be a master of ceremonies of this event. So it was a really successful event. So further to mention that, as you know, we have this web resource where you can get more information about World Meteorology Day, national celebration events, as well as the posters that we develop each year with the regional meteorology organizations. And just to say that we were really happy to receive the posters from those states that are not yet participating in our activities, and including Nigeria from AFRIMETS region. Now I would like to update you about our CIPM membership. As you may know, we have new CIPM members, 3 new members. So Professor Dr. Dance from PTB, Germany National Meteorology Institute, Dr. Q from NIM, National Meteorology Institute of China, and Mr. Frostein, he's from National Meteorology Institute of Norway. And also we have the composition changes in our consultative committees. So CCM and CCT have new presidents, as well as CCU and CUV. And we have a new executive secretary for CCT. So just to say a few words about CIPM strategy 2030 plus. As you know, we worked on this closely with you. We had a follow-up questionnaire, and there were certain grand challenges identified, like about climate change, health, food safety, energy topics, and also cross-cutting challenges. And we're very grateful for your active participation in this questionnaire. CIPM created the so-called horizontal groups, and particularly in the field of climate and environment, we have a sectorial task group, and the first workshops, events were already held, and the first stakeholder meeting of this sectorial task group is planned for September this year. Another one is a forum on metrology and digitalization, and we had a kickoff meeting in 2022, and this year we had a first forum meeting in March. And next one is about quantum technologies. And again, this year we had a first workshop at BIPM. Now I would like to present you our updates on digital transformation. So as you know, digital transformation issue is one of the important topics on our agenda. And on this, of course, the purpose here is to have the fully digital representation of the SI. users in the online platform, and all RMOs are participating, and we also shared information about their projects in this platform. And as I said, there are new courses published there. So I invite you to see this platform and to get involved. Last but not least, I would like now with you to consider one of the important, I would say, objectives for the next year we have. So as you may know, BIPM was established in 1875, and we are one of the oldest international intergovernmental organizations in the world. In fact, we are the oldest one that were established in France as an international organization. So therefore, next year, of course, we are going to celebrate our 150th anniversary of signing the Madrid Convention, as well as the establishment of the BIPM. And this, there will be different sort of events. And of course, this will give us opportunity to celebrate the achievements we have during the 150 years, and to present, of course, our new vision for the next years, next decades to come, and of course, to promote the metrology. So we have saved the date message also available on our page, and I have a link here as well. So on 20 May, of course, World Metrology Day, we're going to celebrate again as UNESCO International Day, and there will be an interesting conference about 150 years of the BIPM and celebration of the World Metrology Day. And we plan to have a certain conferences, symposiums, events from UNIS to the universe, future evolutions in metrology, to be held in Versailles. So we hope to see you all there. That brings me to the end of my presentation, and I would like just to conclude with a reference to our annual review, which was published recently at our page. And I invite you to read this annual review, which provides a very detailed information about activities of our scientific departments, as well as international liaison and communication department, which I represent here today. Thank you very much. And as I said, I have email here. Please don't hesitate to contact me if you need more information about membership issues. And if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much, Raima, for the nice presentation, very informative. And I don't know if there's anybody in the house or in the floor who has a comment. I think online we are not seeing anyone. So we thank you very much and hope you are still around with us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. So
yeah, it's Wynand now here. Thank you very much, Raima, from my side as well. And we can then continue with the BIML, OIML. So Jan, we know you are there and you can share your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me just share my presentation. Move the Zoom controls out. Okay, sorry. So, can you see the presentation full screen?
It is there, Jan, but not full screen yet.
Not full screen yet. Not sure why. Hang on, I will do it a different way. In that case, to save time, I will share it as the PDF, and then hopefully that will work better.
Yes, we can see it perfect. Thank you, Jan.
Okay, good. So, yes, thank you very much for the invitation to attend. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I was actually supposed to be away this week somewhere else. So that hasn't happened, but it was too late to organize a trip to Nairobi, unfortunately. Although the weather here is more like I would expect it to be in Nairobi at the moment. So, to move on, it's not wanting to advance. There we go. To talk about membership, first of all, we currently have 64 member states. We had one new member state, Montenegro, which exceeded in September 2023. And we have 65 corresponding members in the OIML at the moment, with 2 African members, in fact, joining last year. We had Burkina Faso, who had previously been a corresponding member, but had left the organization. They were readmitted in June this year. And we also had Djibouti join us in June this year, which is interesting because I don't think they're actually a member of AFRIMETS through one of the sub-regional organizations. On the subject of membership, I'd just like to encourage those of you who are members to pay the fees as early as you can in the year, as the OML convention states, as this does lead to some of our financial problems sometimes. If any of the countries which are present at the meeting want some more information about becoming a member, please do contact me afterwards with the email that I'll give at the end of the presentation. So as far as AFRIMETS is concerned, we have 9 member states. That situation for AFRIMETS hasn't changed in the last year. The corresponding members, we have 20, which is very encouraging across Africa, including Djibouti, that I've highlighted there in red because I don't believe they're a member of AFRIMETS at the moment. That does leave us with 20 countries of AFRIMETS, which are not members of the OML in any kind. So I would encourage those countries to participate or to consider participating and joining at least as a corresponding member to improve their participation in legal metrology at the international level. At our CIML meeting, which was held in October last year, there were a few changes made. Our previous Vice President, Dr. Bob Joseph Matthew from Switzerland, became the new CIML President for a 6-year term, replacing Roman Schwarz from Germany. So he took up his role as the new President early in the meeting and continued to run the rest of the meeting. Because he was a Vice President, that meant we had to elect another new Vice President. So Bill Lozaides from Australia was elected as the second CIML Vice President. And then we hope to elect another new Vice President, first Vice President, at this year's CIML meeting in October. The contract of the BIML director was also renewed for a 5-year period, as well as one of the assistant directors, me, in fact, which was also, my contract was also renewed for another 5 years. And as I said just now, generally the organization is in a good financial position, but we do have some cash flow issues due to late payment of membership contributions at various points rather late in the year. As far as publications are concerned, there was only one technical publication, if you like, which was approved at that CIML meeting, which was a revision of OML D31, which is a document to be used when other recommendations are being developed, which gives details of requirements for software-controlled measuring instruments. So obviously this is a very fast evolving field. So this recommendation was published last fully in 2019. It was then amended in 2020. This is a further revision approved, and in fact it's gone back into a revision again to have new software requirements included, although we hope that'll be the last revision for a little while. There were then a series of you can see OML B6, B22, B17, B19. These are basic publications which are more concerned with policy and the rules and the way the operates. The revisions of those were also approved at that meeting. And the new projects which were approved in October last year, I just mentioned D31, a further revision of that document, but also a new recommendation is being worked on now on DC electricity metering. This is a sort of spin-off from the existing project to revise the OML recommendation on electricity meters, R46. That revision itself has been going on for a little while, but has spun off 2 separate projects, one on electric vehicle supply equipment, which is currently underway, and also now this second new project on DC electricity metering. And both in the case of the electric vehicle project and this one, the reason for that is that there's been such a change in the, an increase in the supply of electric vehicles, which require charging equipment. There's also been a large increase in, for example, solar and other renewable energy sources, which requires some kind of requirement for DC electricity metering as well as AC. So that's really on sort of environmental and sustainability grounds that new project has been created. As far as our SEAMS work, countries and economies with emerging metrology systems, Mr. Jakomanovec, the SEAMS AG chairperson, gave an update in October about the activities. Particularly worth mentioning on this is the training course on prepackaged goods, which was held in Germany last July. And then there's a proposal from Thailand on how to organize the SEAMS work in the OML in the future, and I'll come on to that again in a little bit later. So I'm going to give a few more details of some of these points which are shown on the screen at the moment. Firstly, for the training events, during the last year, we've held 2 in-person training events on prepackaged goods. The first one I just mentioned was in July 2023 in Germany, where we had 19 participants funded by the PTB and by UNIDO, as well as some self-funded participants. And we were very lucky to have 2 lecturers also from SEAMS themselves. So we had Jaco from South Africa and Pedro Perez Vargas from Colombia as the 2 trainers on that, which helped a lot because they appreciate the needs of SEAMS in developing prepackaged requirements. Then in April this year, we were able to run a second workshop in association with the Gulf Met Forum and their annual meetings. We had 24 participants at this. Again, they were either self-funded or supported by UNIDO funding. On this occasion, although Pedro Vargas intended to attend, he was unable to at fairly short notice, and Jaco managed to hold the fort himself and conduct that training, which was also very successful. So the feedback we've had from both of those courses was very good as far as the organization, the content, and so on went. We hope to hold similar events in the future, whether they're on prepackaged goods again or on other subjects. And this mixed format of some participants funding themselves and others having funding from different organizations has worked very well. So again, that's a model which we will continue to use in the future. And that's just a couple of pictures from both of the events. The top one related to the German event, and the bottom left 2 from the event in Dubai. And in fact, the bottom right-hand picture there shows that the first course even made the local newspaper in Bad Reichenhall in Germany, where the course was run. To move on to the declaration, Chiang Mai Declaration as it's called, it was a proposal from Thailand, which was hosting the CIML meeting last year. It's the first in-person meeting we had held for the CIML since the pandemic. And this is a proposal to organize activities under our SEAMS work on what they call the next legal metrology system. And to give you a little bit more detail about that, the next are the sort of initials to highlight certain points which should be considered when putting into place a program to develop a legal metrology system in a country. Some activities are already going on in the Thailand region. There was an event which was supposed to take supposed to happen this month, but unfortunately it's had to be postponed, which was going to take into account some of the countries in the Asian region. But there was a resolution from the CIML adopted to work on the implementation of these requirements in the OML's SEAMS work. And anyone interested can see the CIML resolutions online to get more details of that. As far as online training is concerned, we have our e-learning platform was upgraded a couple of years ago, and we will be making available some videos which we took at the practical sessions of these prepackaged training courses I just mentioned. And we're also trying to also make videos of some of the training courses which we have personally given from the BIML side on the OML certification system and on the organization of OML technical work and the technical work structures. So these are presentations which we already have available, which we've given at in-person training courses, but we would like to make short videos in order to make those available to as many people as possible. At the moment, there is a survey going on to look at how existing material which is available within the RLMOs can be centralized, if you like, or indexed in some way by the OML, or even hosted by the OML, to make that information available to as many people as possible as well. And the overall strategy for our online training activities is also being worked on. Rahima already mentioned about promotion of D1. D1 was, it's the OML name for the document is D1, but this was jointly developed by the OML and the BIPM. And so it's a fairly complicated document, a fairly dense document to read. So this brochure, which was jointly developed by the BIPM and the OML, was intended to promote D1 to decision makers in a more friendly way. So as Rahima said, it's an attractive sort of brochure available with 6 inserts. You can download it free of charge. There are also higher quality versions available should you want to make professional printed copies with the inserts in a sort of folder. So those are available as well, and you can contact either the BIPM or us if you want the higher quality versions. And as she said as well, it's we're very pleased to announce that the e-learning, accompanying e-learning course on those modules based on that brochure are now available on the BIPM e-learning platform and will be added to the OML's one as soon as we can. Otherwise, under the SEAMS advisory group, the 2 publications which are currently marked for revision. There's a revision of D14, which is on the training of legal metrology personnel. An initial questionnaire by its convener from Germany was completed sometime last year, and the results, he has been assessing them and has just actually this week published a working document which is available for comment. So this is a revision of D14 on the workspace for that project group. Anyone interested in taking part in that can also contact me for details of how they can take part and how they can access the working document. We have also marked for revision a document called D19, which you can tell how old it is. Well, it's 1988, it says here, but you can tell how old by the fact it's called Pattern Evaluation and Pattern Approval rather than Type Evaluation and Type Approval. But we can't find a convener to run this project. So any of the member states of AFRIMETS which are interested in this, it would be very welcome if they'd like to volunteer to be the convener for that group and take that project forward. Last year, we received no nominations for our SEAMS award, which is intended, as it says on the screen here, to acknowledge and honour new and outstanding activities achieved by individuals, national services or regional legal metrology organisations contributing significantly to legal metrology objectives on national or regional levels. Full details of the criteria for the award can be found on our website. There's a link there. And nominations are we're currently open for nominations for this year's award with a deadline of the end of August. So again, you can find more details on the OML website. If anyone is interested and can't find the details they want, then please do contact me. As far as digital transformation is concerned, we have a digitalization task group, which is led by Sascha Eichstädt from PTB in Germany, and it has a number of subgroups. The currently active ones are working on e-learning and what the future of e-learning should be within the OML, as well as on the digitalization of OML publications. And this is in accordance, to make them in accordance with the FAIR principles as Rahima was just describing in her presentation. And that's something which is ongoing. We're looking at various options for collaboration with other organizations that are undertaking similar work at the moment. The DTG is also running a series of webinars on different issues of digitalization. They're running these quite regularly, and they are we publicize them as widely as possible when they take place. We're typically getting a couple of hundred participants at each of the webinars, and you can see the existing ones on the OML's YouTube channel. And the DTG rather is also the key to the OML's participation in the joint statement of intent activities, which Rahima just mentioned. And finally, I think, again, she also mentioned World Metrology Day. We were very pleased to participate in the events this year, especially since this is the first year that it's been a UNESCO recognized World Day, and we're very grateful to Kazakhstan's help in getting that recognition. So that's a brief update of various OML activities which might be of interest to AFRIMETS. If anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, or you can contact me on the email given on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian, for the very informative presentation. I don't know if there's anyone in the room who has a question. There's no hand raised up, and I don't see one online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. I think the next one will be Dr. Lu, and then, oh yes, sorry. Yeah. And then we'll have Martin. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to be very short because that excellent summary of the CIPM work as well that Rahima gave make it unnecessary to go through the same presentation that I gave on Tuesday. So I thought what I would do is just the first few slides of my presentation. I'm going to quickly talk about our strategy and just where we are at the moment. Rahima already gave some information on this. But really this whole process started quite a while ago. There was Dr. Bob Kals, the previous secretary of the CIPM. He developed a report, the Blevin report. The first draft was done in 1998. And then he did an update in 2003, and there was another one in 2007. And already at that time, we were speaking about the long-term national and international needs relating to metrology and how these can be met through international collaboration, and obviously the unique role then that the BIPM plays in this. You know about the 5 metrology grant challenges that we then, since 2018, identified as the main themes for metrology development, or that will drive metrology development in the future. Climate change and environment, health and life sciences, food safety, energy, and advanced manufacturing. And at that time, we also identified 2 cross-cutters, and basically we said that in all the fields that we are working in, there should be digital transformation, and we really felt at that time that the BIPM should play a leading role in the digitalization effort. Obviously, the other international organizations in the quality infrastructure field, like ISO, ILAC, especially ISO, were already heavily involved in digitalization with the standards group on that, the working group. And obviously, we started to look at other new metrologies. But that culminated basically in our first sectorial task group on climate change and the environment. Dr. Dolores Del Campo, that gave us a presentation yesterday on Euromed, is actually the chair of that sectorial task group. And then we have a forum on digitalization. So those two are now quite well established. At that time, we then took a report to the next CGPM, that was 2022. And that report is on the BIPM website, accessible to everyone. And there's quite a good summary of the work that we did from 2018 to 2022. And then at that CGPM, we received support from the CGPM to continue to develop the strategy and to bring final resolutions to 2026. And I just spoke about this, but I just wanted to show you these slides. Really, why are they there? What are we going to do with this sectorial task groups and forums? And it's really to advise the CIPM on all matters that influence international metrology in that field, and then including the BIPM work program. As you know, we still have 4 work programs, technical work programs, scientific work programs at the BIPM headquarters. And obviously the strategy and our sectorial task groups and forums will also advise or give input to the work that we need to do in future. It then helps us, our consultative committees, to shape their strategies and activities. And obviously, we said that we need to liaise very closely with the RMO forums and the international stakeholders, organizations active in these fields. And so the activities that they do is that they facilitate dialogue between NMIs and important stakeholders. They articulate internationally accepted metrology challenges within the field. And then they say, give us possible ways of responding to them. And they encourage collaboration between the consultative committees, the National Metrology Institutes, and other stakeholders. And our forums, if you think about what I said previously, that 5 main themes, basically we are saying that we will have sectorial task groups to address that in a multi-cross-cutter way, and then on the big horizontal themes like digitalization, that's probably where we will have a forum that will discuss that and address that. So the main role and added value of the forums to outline long-term national and international metrology needs in the field, stimulate international collaboration, and indicate the role of the BIPM to these needs. There are some practical issues that we are still sorting out, although the first sectorial task group and the forum, that's already there. They already did a lot of this work, so it's now already much easier. But we had to define the membership rules for the joint task groups and forums. And as I said to you on Tuesday, the idea is really to have it wider than the NMI community, so that we can bring in other expertise from measurement institutes, not necessarily NMIs only, and other big organizations working in these fields. If you think climate and environment, there are a lot of big organizations that works in that field. And then we really worked on the role of the international organizations and our collaboration with OIML, ISO, ILAC, all of them. And then we also spoke about the role of the RMOs, because when the Meter Convention was signed in 1875, obviously there were no regional metrology organizations, and now we've got these very well established RMOs that do a lot of our metrology work globally. And we're also really talking at the moment how to officialize the role of the RMO in the whole structure of BIPM. Because at the moment it's only basically part of the JCRB, the Joint Committee for Regional Metrology Organizations, and the BIPM, but we really want to give them a more official role in the organization. I spoke briefly on Tuesday about that questionnaire that we then sent out, and that we had very good response, and the 5 member states from AFRIMETS that signed the Meter Convention did respond. I'm not going to go through this, although I realize that there are people now that have not been in the room on Tuesday. So actually what's more important here are just the topics at the top, like climate change, that we asked NMIs about and asked them, do you have a program in that? Are you planning a program? And you can see there on the right-hand side, 42 already have a program in this one. In health, 46 already have a program. In food safety, 42 already have a program. In energy, 50 already have a program. Advanced manufacturing, 35 out of the respondents already have a program. And you can see the topics there, tomography, metrology, and chip technologies, semiconductors, robotics, very topical things. Digital transformation, 40 NMIs already have a program in that. And they're talking about things like linking artificial intelligence technology to the digital calibration certificates, etc., etc. New metrologies, those things that you see there, AI again, quantum, etc., embedded measurements, intrinsic standards, and 34 already have a program, and 43 said they feel the necessity to have one. So sensor networks, a little bit smaller, only 21, but 47 said they also want to actually get into this field. And artificial intelligence, 25 NMIs already have a program on artificial intelligence. We were actually quite pleasantly surprised by this number. So on the addressing key scientific challenges, really looking at implementation of the revised SI, the realization of the new SI, things like the kilowatt balance, X-ray crystal density experiments, etc. Already close to 50 NMIs, I'm quite sure it's 50 already, now have programs in this. And the others are mostly following what these 49 or 50 are doing. So it's not that they don't have anything in it, but they're just not doing new implementations. And then we spoke about the 2 units that we will probably redefine in the next 10 to 15 years. There's already a firm timetable for the redefinition of the second. We will take it to the CGPM 2026 and ask for approval. But 36 countries are working on a new definition of the second. And then the Candela, and that is the other one that we know that in future we will redefine. And 23 NMIs are working on ways to do that and checking which way may be the best. So universal adherence, I'm really not going to repeat. I took out the slides quickly that Rahima already gave, and she did an excellent summary of that. I thought I would just show these few just on the benefits for the states. Now, in the first place, we think if we have this new category of observership of the BIPM, that the states parties that already signed the meter convention will have a benefit. So it's more universal, our whole system will be more universal. The communication will be strengthened with states with less developed metrology infrastructure. It won't add an additional administrative burden to the BIPM because a lot will come from the RMOs. There will be strengthened participation in the RMOs from these countries, and we will then catch states that have decided, look, we don't have CMCs, we have been associates, doesn't really make sense anymore. We've got accredited laboratories. Through that, we've got traceability and recognition for our services, like Seychelles, that decided then to withdraw as a associate. And this new category will then give an opportunity to Seychelles to still be in the system, even though they're not an associate anymore. So there are various benefits for the newly participating states that we hope will then join as observers of the BIPM. They will be part of the international metric system. They are using it, but and participating in the RMOs, but they can then be listed on the BIPM website as a state having observership status. They will be able to access the free material like the CBKT material, the e-learning courses. They will be able to participate in open online sessions of the CGPM, etc., and conferences and workshops. We will do it on a pay-as-you-go principle, so if they then want to come to BIPM and attend a meeting physically, there will be a fee of $100, $200, $300, depending on what we are giving. They will also get that annual newsletter and participate in the World Metrology Day activities worldwide. And as I said already, they will be able to participate in selected initiatives of the CBKT, the Capacity Building and Knowledge Transfer Program. Yeah, we're just saying as well, for you in the room, the associate states, the associate membership will stay as it is. And the idea is really not for the observers to become involved in the technical activities. The moment an observer wants to become involved in the technical activities, we will ask them to become an associate, as easy as that. I'm going to stop here, Chair, because I think the rest Rahima really covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members in the conference. Anyone with a question or comment? I don't see one, neither online. So thank you very much, Dr. Low. I want to invite Martin from BTV. Welcome.
So thank you very much for inviting PTB to present what we have done in the past. I just wait for uploading the presentation. Okay, here we are. Next slide, please. I think the most important thing what I have to report here is, first of all, this support for this project comes to an end at the end of this month, by the way. But we have good signs from our ministry that we will get an extension commission of a follow-up project with an additional 6 million euros, specifically only for quality infrastructure. There will be 3 more millions, but this is in the field of medical devices, quality infrastructure in the field of medical devices. If you look at the figures, I mean, if you can calculate, we started the support in 1998. Oh, by the way, I just find out that I have never ever missed AFRIMETS GA, so I'm really getting older, I think. But if you calculate, and we are now spending 32 million from 1998 onwards, it's quite a substantial amount, and we hope that there are a lot of impacts and benefits. Next slide, please. Specifically for AFRIMETS, we supported the AFRIMETS GA last year, and just for your information, last year we supported the participation of 22 participants. This year, it's only 5. There are only 5. So when we talk about in terms of sustainability, I think this is a very good indicator. And we know there might be some people, that new NMIs coming up, they have no budget, so still there might be a chance that...
Recording in progress.
Thank you. That for our regional projects, we might be able to support those ones who have never ever participated in an AFRIMETS GA. In terms of capacity building, there was a very extensive food safety PT program, including cassava as well, and I think AFRIMETS was heavily involved in that, and you can see all the items which have been supported. There was also already reported about the TC length, about a very, very successful intercomparison, and by the way, this comparison is an outstanding good one because it was a very fast one. No artifact was getting lost or something like that. It really, I mean, due to customs. I think this was a very good sign, so congratulations to this TC lengths in doing this kind of work, and it has been mentioned when they have presented their report. What we are doing now and what has been discussed many times, even specifically in this meeting, PACI, the Pan-African Quality Infrastructure, becomes more and more important, and we are following more or less let's say a holistic approach. Yes, we talk about metrology, we talk about standards, but only, I have to say that internally. When we talk to policymakers, we just talk about quality infrastructure. That leads to the fact that PACI becomes more and more important. We do have 2 advisors at the African Union Commission. We have now 1 advisor directly posted to the via PACI at the AFCFTA Secretariat. And just for your information, we also have at AUDA NEPAD an advisor for strengthening the African Medicine Regulatory Harmonization Initiative. There is a very good sign. The STC team, the African Union Specialized Technical Committee on Trade, Tourism, Industry and Minerals, they adopted the African Quality Policy, or they inaugurated or established the African Quality Policy Council, which will have another meeting, I think, in September in Namibia. They also adopted the African Continental Technical Regulatory Framework, which is very, very important. And STC team also calls all members really to support the implementation of the AQP as well as the ACTREF, the African Continental Technical Regulatory Framework. Next slide. Support to the AUC. We are supporting a lot of AU initiatives. It was a Cassava conference held in Nigeria last year. There was an Inter-African Trade Fair in Cairo, Egypt. And just for your information, we also support the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Plan for Africa. By the way, when we are talking about Made in Africa, we should keep that also in our mind, that a lot of medical devices, a lot of pharmaceuticals are really not produced in Africa, and there is a huge initiative that with this African Medical Agency is already created in Rwanda, and really it will functioning and also approving the research in the field of pharmaceuticals and medical devices and also the production. Then we really can talk about Made in Africa. Supporting PACI, there was another, well, some of you have participated in the 10 years anniversary of PACI. And yes, for sure, we also support the PACI Joint Committee and the PACI Forum. The forum consists also of the RECs. I have to mention something. Next slide, please. We made a small mistake when we were celebrating 10 years anniversary of PACI. Unfortunately, we as PDB have been asked by our ministry, how long will you support PACI, AFRIMETS, AFRAC, ASO, and so on? This small baby PACI is now 10 years old. It is able to run, to walk. So how long will you support? So honestly, I have to say we are under, let's say, observation or supervision, what we are really doing in supporting directly the development of PACI as well as AFRIMETS, AFRAC, AFSEC, and ASO. Nevertheless, if you can see at the second bullet here, we are ready to support technical, institutional and technical initiatives when it comes, for example, to digitalization or something like that. It has been mentioned many times today that there are new initiatives, and we are ready, if something is picked up by these pillar organizations of PACI, we are ready to support these initiatives. Yes, for sure, bullet point number 1, we will remain supporting AFSEC, the ASC Secretariat, as well as the AFCFTA Secretariat as well. There is a new approach, the GTI, the trade initiative, where we think it makes sense to concentrate on those standards which really form the basis for technical relations in order to really support the GTI in really making the AFCFTA a success story. As I said, the ACTREF has been adopted. Now, when it comes, well, we have this policy framework. But now we have to come from policy to practice, meaning we have to install something on the national level. There will be guidance, they are already on the way to be prepared for the national technical regulatory framework. However, this has to be implemented. We have a lot of frameworks, so we have to work on the implementation side as well. And this is also true when I talk about the African quality policy. There are a lot of national quality policies available, which are, by the way, not yet in line with the African quality policy. If you look at those ones who are existing, the national ones, they are between 2 pages and I think something 95 pages. So you feel there might be a difference in the quality of the national quality policies. We will support as PDB, wherever possible, the harmonization or the alignment of the national quality policy with those requirements coming from the African quality policy. I think this is very important, again, a field of from policy to practice. And I think there is also a role of metrology, a role of AFRIMETS, which have to be really played on. Benchmarking processes, for sure, as it has mentioned several times today, we will support, and it has been mentioned, we do that in many fields, and I even have forgotten those ones. We are doing what we have done in the field of training with the OIML. We will, and this is, I think, what we have discussed yesterday, the PACI and the PACI network, the PACI pillars, they have to become, or they are, some of them, and some of them have to become sustainable. We are really ready, we as PDB are ready to support this way to the real sustainability, meaning membership fees, meaning non-governmental organizations setting up, and so on and so forth. It's a heavy task, by the way. It's not that easy. It was, we talked about that yesterday. When you have an institution or an organization which is a non-governmental organization, and governments should be prepared to contribute to this non-governmental organization. By the way, it's important that AFRIMETS is a non-governmental organization, otherwise you have to pay taxes, or you have the tax-free status. This is not easy to access. Last but not least, we will promote the so-called vertical networking of all the QI organizations with others, with the laboratory organizations, with conformity assessment bodies, and. This is what we have in mind. We have 3 more years to go, we hope so, and we are really ready to support AFRIMETS as well as all the pillars, as well as PACI included. Thank you very much. Last slide, please.
Thank you, Martin. Is there any comment or any burning question from the floor, or even from our colleagues online? Seeing none, thank you very much, Martin. Thank you. We'll now then move to our next session. I'll start with SEMACMET. Is there anyone from SEMACMET in here or online that would just want to give a quick feedback? I don't see anyone, and we didn't receive any presentation from them. So we can then move to EAMET. We did receive a presentation from EAMET. Philbert Zimlinda, I don't know if you are not available online for you to make your presentation. Can we please try to ask to make it? Okay, someone will be presenting physically here at the meeting. But can we try to make it as short as possible? I think maximum of 10 minutes for each SRMO. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm waiting for them to load the presentation. Thank you. I'm making this presentation on behalf of Philipat, who is the current chair for EAMET. So this is the brief report on the activities of EAMET. So I will give a brief introduction, the membership of EAMET, the planned and the completed comparisons, and the Regional Metrology Conference that was held in 2024, and then recommendations. EAMET held a meeting from 18th to the 19th April 2024 in Canberra, Uganda. This was the 26th meeting for the East African Technical Subcommittee on Metrology, EAMET. The members, or NMIs and departments which were represented in this meeting include CAPES, Tanzania Bureau of Standards, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Burundi Bureau of Standards and Control, South Sudan National Bureau of Standards, Rwanda Standards Board, the Secretariat, that's ESC, Weights of Measures Kenya, Weights of Measures Tanzania, and Weights and Measures of Uganda. Briefly, I want to update the meeting on the membership to international metrology organizations for the region. As you can see from the table, for PIPM, the region has got one member and one associate member. Kenya is a member, Tanzania is an associate member. On OIML, we have 2 members, that is Kenya and DR Congo, and we have 4 corresponding members, that is Burundi, Uganda, Tanzania, and South Sudan. On AFRIMETS, apart from the newest kid on the block, that is Somalia, all the partner states are members of AFRIMETS. IMECO, we have 4 partner states which are members, Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda. Now, briefly, I want to share the accreditation and the CMC landscape for the region. As you can see, for Kenya, the accreditation scope covers 9 broad areas: mass, pressure, temperature, AC/DC, force, time and frequency, ionizing radiation, acoustics and vibrations, volume and flow. For Rwanda, we have accreditation in mass, balance, temperature, small volume, pressure. Then Tanzania also hold accreditation in mass, pressure, temperature, AC/DC, small volume, and dimensions. For the CMCs, of course, this has been presented again. Kenya has a total of 35 CMCs. Mass, there are 4 CMCs. Force, 7. AC/DC, 3. Acoustic and vibration, 17 CMCs. Now, next is the planned comparisons for the region. So the region has planned a number of comparisons to be carried out in this year. The first one is on calibration of furnaces, ovens, and freezers. And this would be TBS, Tanzania Bureau of Standards will be the pilot. And the participants are as shown, TBS, UNBS, CAPES, and the Rwanda Standards Board. On small volumes, that is volumetric flask, 100 ml, then pulp pipette, that's 10 ml, and micro pipettes, 1,000 microliters. TBS will pilot this comparison, and the participants are, as indicated, TBS, UNBS, CAPES, and RBS. Then there's a planned also comparison on force, on testing machines, or in compression, to cover the range of 0 to 2,000 kilonewtons. Kenya would pilot this comparison, and the participants are TBS, UNBS, CAPES, and RBS. Then there's also a planned comparison for CPR rings, 30 kilonewtons and 50 kilonewtons, and Rwanda Bureau of Standards, Rwanda Standards Board will pilot. There is a planned comparison on torque ranges, the range of 0 to 50 Newton meter, and again from 100 to 1,000 Newton meter. And the CAPS will pilot this planned comparison. Then there is also planned comparisons on tapes, rulers, and the gauges, and CAPS will also pilot this comparison. Again, they are also completed and a few that are at the tail end of completion comparisons, as indicated on the screen. In mass, the comparison for F1 standard masses has been completed. Comparison on dimension, that is the electronic digital indicator, 0 to 50 millimeters. Dial gauges, 0 to 50 millimeters. External micrometer screw gauges, 0 to 25 millimeters. In pressure, a comparison for 0 to 50 MPa hydraulic gauge pressure has been completed. And for contact thermometers, range -20 to 200 degrees centigrade has been completed, and the pilots are preparing or finalizing the reports. Other activities that were carried out by the region organized for a regional meteorology conference 2024. This event was held in Pride in Mombasa, and the participants were from EAC, that's from Tanzania, Uganda, Kenya. We had participants from Malawi, Nigeria, USA, Germany. The theme of the Regional Meteorology Conference 2024 was Measurements for Sustainability. Basically, the theme for the World Meteorology Day was maintained. And in total, 43 papers were presented, already including the country papers. The main topics that were covered in this conference that were touching on measurements for sustainability include meteorology for sustainable energy technologies, meteorology for sustainable environment, rural meteorology in tracking climate change, measurements for sustainable health, measurements for sustainable food and agriculture, meteorology and e-mobility, rural meteorology on sustainable quality products, meteorology for digital transformation, meteorology for sustainable micro, small, medium enterprises, meteorology and sustainable cities, meteorology and quality infrastructure. The audience was diverse, but it comprised the participants from NMIs from AFRIMETS, calibration testing laboratories from Kenya and from the region. There was attendance by academia, the industry, we had the researchers and the regulatory bodies. The key speakers or the keynote speakers included Dr. Katia from NIST USA, who gave a presentation on meteorology and e-mobility. Dr. Katrina from PTP, who gave a keynote address on meteorology and the quality infrastructure. Dr. Olaf from PTP, who also spoke on meteorology for sustainable environment and the climate. Dr. Walter, the CEO for Kenya Accreditation Services, who also spoke about accreditation in the region. Anderson Maina, currently at the PIPM, also spoke about national meteorology systems. And Mr. John Mwaura, the CEO for the Ways and Measures Kenya, also made a presentation on legal meteorology. So these are some of the pictures and pictorials from the participants of the RMC 2024. The conference was highly engaging. There were quite a number of panel discussions on the topics presented by the video speakers, where they were responding to participants' questions. Then we had also a few online presenters, and the occasion was also graced by the top management of CAPS, led by the MD, the head of meteorology, and the regional manager for CAPS in the coast region. And at the end there, you can see the participants who attended this event. There were also exhibitors. We had exhibitors who supply meteorology equipment in the region, who were around to interact with their future customers. We also had exhibitors from research bodies which fund research in metrology and testing, and the National Research Fund, Kenya, was also in attendance and promised to research, to fund metrology activities in the future where the projects are identified. The next regional metrology conference is hoped to be held in Mombasa again, 2025, but this is open, and I know there will be discussions again. Any other member from the ESC can also propose to host the event. There were recommendations made during the meeting for the EMET working group, which comprised of the scientific metrology and the legal metrology teams, to the East African Standards Committee. One of the recommendations was that a framework has been developed for the movement of artifacts, which are normally used for intercomparisons and for traceability purposes. So this framework has been forwarded to the customs departments for review and approval. And then there was a recommendation that the harmonized route tanker calibration procedures among the partner states be implemented to be able to solve some of the problems on the border while trading, as ably mentioned in the morning by our peers, that in the interregional trade is very minimal. Then there was a recommendation to the Secretariat, ESC Secretariat, to circulate the approved prepackaged control regulations to the partner states, such that then awareness can be conducted. There was also a recommendation on the development on use, maintenance, verification, and calibration of medical equipment and devices. So this is an area which the region is really discussing, because the region feels that calibration of medical devices really needs to have regulations which probably will include that mandatory calibration of these devices. There was a recommendation also to develop a roadmap for ESC capacity on development of certified reference materials. There was also a recommendation to partner states to implement programs for the development of chemical metrology in the region. And there was also a recommendation that in the region, then technical committee members be updated to ensure that then they are vibrant and they continue to develop their areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ESC. Can I ask if there is any question or input feedback from the audience, and also our participants participating online? Seeing none, thank you very much. ESC, thank you very much, Lord. I've been informed that our colleagues from CEMAC-MET are available online, and they would wish to make their presentation. Can I ask, is it Mr. Aristine Ngwedu from CEMAC-MET? CEMAC-MET?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Mrs. Bouaziz from Tunisia. I am from Magnet, but I am pleased to inform you that Magnet now is in standby because it is not supported from the German Institute.
Sorry, Madam Bouaziz. So are you going to make a presentation on behalf of CEMAC-MET, or are you going to make a presentation for MACMET?
I sent a presentation to ILUGA, but Magnet is not active since 22 because it's not supported from PTB. So we are working as an NMI, as Tunisian NMI. We have two designated institutes which are who are active within technical committees in AFRIMETS, And now in Tunisia, we are working for a national strategy for metrology to improve our activities in the three metrology, legal, scientific, and industrial, to have more and better CNCs. So we can send you our activities, but unfortunately, no one of MAGMET can present because we have to meet and to prepare together Morocco, Tunisia, Algeria, and Bhutan. So just to inform you that now it is in standby. Its technical committees are in standby. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Boaziz. I would think that that presentation is from Mahmet. So thank you very much for that presentation. Thank you very much. Can I then move over now to our colleagues from ECOMET? I'm told Mr. Dr. Stringer is here. You can proceed to make your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Strigna Bidwado, and I'm here this afternoon to present to you the activities of ECOMET. In 2017, the ECOWAS Commission established a quality agency which was called the ECOWAS Agency for Quality, which was responsible for the quality infrastructure system in the ECOWAS region. And through that agency, ECOMET was born, and the specific task of ECOWAS was to be responsible for matters relating to the field of metrology in the ECOWAS region. The main objective for ECOWAS, ECOMET, is to assist the Commission and member states to establish appropriate legal and institutional framework for metrology, to contribute to the development of regional experts in metrology, promote regional cooperation policies among member states in the field of metrology, and to propose to member states appropriate policies for the establishment of NMIs. Now, until currently, ECOWAS was made up of 15 member states, but recently, Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali opted out from ECOWAS. So our current membership of ECOMET is 12, and that is why I've highlighted these three member states. Next. In order to manage and fairly administer the administration of ECOMET, ECOMET has resolved that their executives are going to be elected from the three languages that are spoken in the region. So, as you can see, the current president, who happens to be Mr. Gabriel Aisu, is from Benin, and myself from Ghana as the vice president, and then our permanent secretary is Mr. Abrao from Cape Verde. So there's no way in ECOMET where we can have the president, the vice, and the permanent secretary coming from an English-speaking country, or a French-speaking country, or a Portuguese-speaking country. And it's the same for our technical committees. Next. So ECOMET have 5 technical committees, and TC1, which is our technical committee on awareness is responsible for promoting the metrology activity in the ECOWAS region. TC2, which is the Technical Committee on Legal Metrology, has 2 working groups. Working Group 1 for measuring instruments, and then Working Group 2 for prepackaged goods. And we have the TC3, which is the Technical Committee for Mass and Related Quantity, and it also has 3 working groups. Working Group 1 is for mass, Working Group 2 for volume, and Working Group 3 for pressure. And then TC4 is a Technical Committee on Thermometry, and it has 2 working groups, one in the first group in temperature, and then the second working group in humidity. And then lastly, the TC5, which is the Technical Committee for the quality. Since the inception of ECOMET, with the help of ECOWAS Commission and then PTB, we have been able to harmonize many procedures and technical guides, trained technical experts in ISO 17025, ISO 1720, and ISO 17043. We have successfully conducted inter-laboratory comparison in mass, temperature, volume, and pressure. And then, most importantly, participate in the activity of AFRIMETS as the regional metrology organization in the ECOWAS region. And at this point, we would also want to, on behalf of ECOWAS Commission, thank Dr. Lu for making it possible for ECOMET to participate in or be recognized as the RMO for the ECOWAS region. This is very important for us because we intend to learn so much from AFRIMETS, and we are looking forward to make sure that we have our technical committees mimicking what is done in the technical committees at the AFRIMETS level. So this is of importance to us in the ECOWAS region. So as part of ways to reduce the cost of organizing our general assemblies, ECOMET has resolved that we are going to meet physically every other year. So last year, in 2023, we met physically in Cape Verde, and then this year, we met virtually for our meetings. So God willing, in 2025, we are yet to determine where we are going to meet physically. It's a form of reducing the cost in attending our general assemblies. So for the 2024 General Assembly, among other things, the technical committees presented its work program and activities that they carried out between the year 2023 and then 2024 to the ECOMET members. And then, like it's going to be done today, we had the election for our technical committee experts and that of the ECOMET. And then one of the major discussions that we had was our resolution to consider the Ghana Standards Authority as the reference laboratory for the ECOWAS sub-region in the field of mass, temperature, volume, and then pressure. These are the current technical committee chair and the vice chairs of our various committees under ECOMET. Next slide. Next slide, please. So the ECOMET action plan for 2023 to 2025 are planned as follows: to the harmonization of legal metrology guides That is the legal metrology framework for the ECOWAS region. And in the early part of this month, which is July, the AFRIMETS members met in Nigeria to validate the water meter and then electrical energy meter guides. The development of strategic development plan for metrology in the ECOWAS region, which is ongoing. And then once again, like I stated earlier on, the participation of AFRIMETS in AFRIMETS activities, because I have realized that we are still doing mass and related quantity and temperature and what have you, but having come here, we've seen diverse committees that are working under AFRIMETS, and then it is something that if we also want to get out there, because we know that AFRIMETS is looking up to BIPM and what have you, so at the West African level, the best we can also do is to look up to AFRIMETS, mimic whatever they are doing here, and then from there, we can also participate at the international level. We have many challenges among these ones. Our basic problem that we have is that if PTB doesn't organize any training for ECOWAS member states, our NMIs are not really taking up that task to build the capacity of its members, which is a bit worrying for us because we just heard even from the presentation from PTB where they are looking at reducing the type of sponsorship they are giving to this sub-regional metrology. So it is one of the challenges that we have, and then we have pleaded with the ECOWAS Commission to try and help and also speak to our ministers when they come for the ECOWAS Commission conferences to appeal to them to help build more capacity in the various NMIs under the ECOWAS region. And then also equipment. In order to also participate, as you can see, I have, in my presentation, I don't have any intercomparison that has been published in the KCDB. It all boils down to lack of equipment in some of the NMIs that are under the ECOWAS region. And then funding. It was our wish to have, PTB was generous enough to sponsor the executive of ECOMET, which is the president and then the vice. But as ECOMET, we would have loved to have, like I've explained earlier on, to have at least the TC chair or vice chair to come for this meeting, to be able to learn from the various committees that are running under AFRIMETS, to be able to help run ECOMET better. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bedu Ado. We note the progress that has been made in ECOMET as a very new sub-metrology organization, sub-regional metrology organization, and also, in particular, we welcome you to participate actively in the AFRIMETS activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there any question or comment from the floor or from our colleagues online? Seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation. Can we then now move to NewMet? Dr. Noah Khaled, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to present you about the recent achievements or activities through the new MIT, through the latest 1.5 year. Next slide, please. The members of new MIT, as you see, Egypt, Ethiopia, Sudan, Libya, Ghana, and Nigeria, Liberia, Sierra Leone, and recently Somalia, the newest member. As the last year, we've got a letter for asking for participation in UMET from Somalia, and it is accepted. And of course, you will find a few countries which are participant or members in the EQUAMET also as the newest sub-region. And these cross-cutting countries are Ghana, Nigeria, and Sierra Leone, and Liberia. About the members at CIPM MRA, we have Egypt, Ghana, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Sudan. No, Nigeria not yet. And Sudan, unfortunately, you know, of course, the unfortunate conditions of Sudan, so they couldn't continue paying the contribution to the CIPM, so they have stopped the membership at 2021, but hopefully they are soon going to continue their membership and activities. First of all, I will report about the progress in each country, and I'll start with Sudan, with the most unfortunate conditions. Sorry to say that the SISMO building, the NMI of Sudan, has been destroyed during these political conditions. And that after they were developed the labs and both few equipments and technologies have been introduced. After the destruction, they starting again to restructure themselves, and they already have a plan to purchase new equipment, and they are on the way. They have insistence to go on because they have reached a certain level and they don't want to go back. That's one of the countries. The second country actually is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is going very well, doing a great development and supported from the government. They having renewing their buildings and facilities, and they having new equipment, new laboratories, and they've got published CMCs at the KCTB database of BIPM. And they are going on very steadily and strongly. And these are some of the activities they are going on in a good way. After that, Libya, it is a newcomer, unknown for most of the community, but of course they have also some political situation. But the people responsible for meteorology in Libya starting to ask for training and expertise, and they became active at the AFRIMETS organization, although it's not recognized yet, but they are going and participating in the activity of AFRIMETS. Following that, Ghana has reported that they updated their calibration capabilities in many activities such as mass, volume, pressure, temperature, humidity, and they having accreditation from DAX in several activities, and they building new laboratories for primary calibration in mass and gaining training at Germany and in Slovenia. And moving to Egypt, Egypt is, as you know, NIS is affiliated to Scientific Research Ministry, so His staff are doing MSc and PhD, and they doing scientific research besides the technical work of as a metrologist for calibration and so on. So the progress have done through the last year. They published quite number of papers in the Scopus database and ongoing activities in PhD and MSc for the young staff. Recent activity, new developed activities, progress in establishment of and commissioning of NIS-Watt balance, and the design of 100 kilonewton meter multifunction torque standards machine, design and setup of spring impact hammer, electromagnetic field strength measurement activity has been introduced. On the international projects, we have an international project with BTB, bilateral project, to strengthen its activity in the field of processed food. And in the international level, NIS has participated in about 88 key comparison and supplementary comparison, published about 111 CMCs in different physics and general physics, chemistry and biology, and ionizing radiation fields. And also NIS laboratories have been accredited from EJAC, which is ILAC signatory, for about 51 testing and calibration activity, and according to ISO 17043 for about 43 proficiency testing activity. And recently, NIS has started a conformity assessment laboratory and performed this activity since 1 year. And that after being, for measuring equipment. Also, through the NIS knowledge transfer program, there have been NIS hosted 2 trainees from Tanzania in last year, 2024. That's all for NewMed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Noah, on a very informative presentation from NewMed. Any question? Yeah, I think there's a question from...
Yes, thank you, Dr. Noah, for the presentation. I noticed you're now going for accreditation of the laboratories. I believe they've always been peer-reviewed in the past. Well, what is the motivation for that?
Well, actually, you know, of course, we started with self-declaration pathway. And self-declaration pathway, you know, it is very, very long path and taking very long time. I don't want to remind you one intercomparison to get its report. It took 10 years for one activity. So the customers started to require either international recognition or accreditation. So we had to complete the activities from the accreditation pathway. So we are half of the activities having international recognition, the other half, according to customer request, it is accredited. Okay, thank you.
I thought maybe for, you know, most of the NMIs in Africa, they do both scientific and industrial metrology. And in industrial metrology, I think accreditation is more popular than the peer review, which maybe the greater part of the industry do not understand. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much on that presentation from NewMed. Any more quick intervention on the presentation? Our colleagues online? Okay, we can then move to SADC MET MEL. Their presentation is split into 2 parts. The one for industrial and scientific metrology that will be done by SADC MET representative. We've got Mr. Kami Modliemeng, who is the SADC-MET TC1 chair. And then the one for SADC-MEL will be done by Yako Manovek. I think it will be done online. Thank you. SADC-MET first.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mudirimang Kame. I see MC is having a hard time pronouncing my first name. But that's the name, Mudirimang Kame. I'm a metrologist from Botswana Bureau of Standards. But I'm here to represent the activities of SADC-MET as TC1 chair. So the outline of my presentation is as follows. I'm going to talk about the background and structure of SADC-MET. Thereafter, the activities undertaken during this reporting period from 2023 up to now. Thereafter, we'll touch base on the measurement comparison done and those which we are planning at SADC-MET, and some other future plans that we are envisaging at SADC-MET, and I will finish up with capacity building projects that we have. SADC-MET is one of the SADC TBT structure which comprises about 16 member states of SADC, 16. I think it'd be good to get that number clearly. Mainly countries in the Southern Africa and even up to East Africa, the likes of DRC and Tanzania, and a number of those in the islands, talk of Madagascar, Mauritius, Seychelles, and the Comoros. So out of these 16 member states, we only have one full member of the BPM, and that's South Africa. And we have 6 member states who are associates with the CGPM. These are the likes of Botswana, Mauritius, Namibia, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. And all of them have signed the CIPM MRA. And we are hoping that soon that DRC will join the associate membership. We have about 5 associate members to SADC-MET, the likes of CAPS, NIS, the Nigerian Standards Organization, Ethiopian Metrology Institute, and the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. Some of them usually show up for our meetings to make presentation and take part in the deliberations of our annual convocations. Now the governance of SADC-MET, or our structure, what we call ESCO or the cabinet, we have the chair at the head, and currently it's, we are being headed by Madam Moroso from TBS, and our current vice chair is Mr. Shadrach Gajani from Botswana Bureau of Standards. We usually also recognize the past chair, which according to the codes of our procedures, does sit in our executive committee meeting at least first year after being elected out. And for the secretariat, we have Mr. Masuku from NIMISA. We have about 5 technical committees. The first be TC1, that focuses on the interests of, or the affairs of AFRIMETS and BPIM issues. That's the committee that I'm leading. And then we have TC that specializes or focuses on metrology, education, and training. Currently, the person who sits on it is from Lesotho. That's Madam Kenehelo Lenka. You know, when you get to that side of Africa, you should learn to roll your tongue and twist your tongue. We say "hla" or "kenehelo." It's very common that side of the continent. And then for TC3, it deals with the metrology infrastructure development. Currently is being led by Mr. Ngindu from DRC. And for TC4, which deals with the metrology legislation and harmonization, is being led by one Mr. Simasiku Matali from Namibian Standards Institute. And the last committee, but not the least, TC5, that focuses on metrology, on small media enterprises, is being led by Mr. David Magaya from Mozambique. The activities that we underwent during the reporting year, we had our annual GA at Luanda, Angola, which was in a hybrid format. Some of our members attended physically, and some of us participated online. During that convocation, we had a keynote address by Dr. Christopher Sontag, who was talking on digital calibration certificates and digital conformity assessment certificates. During this reporting year, AFRIMETS also participated in the ARSO meetings, which were held in Nigeria. We also do patronize the APMP mid-year meetings. However, this year we couldn't attend because this ARSO meetings was back-to-back with the mid-year of APMP. But we had learned from the reports given earlier that some of the TC do participate in their ILC, and we like to see that going forward. So AFRIMETS does encourage that as a RMO, we should participate in such endeavor so that we can learn and collaborate on mutual projects. Now for the JCR meetings, the last that was held in Costa Rica, we like to recognize that as a sub-RMO and also actually part of the RMO, we are represented by the like of Professor Khaled here, Dr. Rotich, Dr. Vinad, Madam Duduzile. During our last convocation at AFRIMETS, we had the pleasure of honoring one of our pioneers, Dr. Lu, for his outstanding contribution to metrology in SADC and of course in Africa. And we like to appreciate the chair of AFRIMETS for the initiative of honoring him further even at this convocation. We wish this could be an annual thing for people who have contributed immensely to the progress of our RMO. SADC might also participate in other PAQI activities. Further on activities undertaken during this reporting year, worth mentioning that we do have a SADC water PT scheme in place, and what happened annually, they convocate in one of the countries to go and evaluate on the results of the proficiency testing. There are about more than 100 labs actually who subscribe to this exercise. But for the past 2 years, we were not able to convocate, mainly because some labs were very slow in giving the results. So we are hoping that come October this year, there will be a meeting to evaluate the results, the past results, and even the current results of the PT. Also during this reporting year, we also had a training in pressure metrology, which actually was part of the bygone strategy from 2017 to 2015. Training was basically on, theoretical training was basically on the hydraulic pressure and pneumatic pressure, and also on the high blood pressure, what they call a sphygmomanometer. Yes. Now, on the measurement comparisons, like I alluded to earlier on, we had a strategy that ran from 2017 all the way to 2022, and there were about 4 or 5 metrology fields that were in our focus. That was in mass, in length, in temperature, in volume. Of course, we did a little bit on, there was a little work that was done on chemical metrology and also on pressure. That was basically a training. Very soon in the coming strategy, we hope to see some ILC done in those areas. So I'm there to report that most of them were done, and some are even completed after having a closing meeting that were convened to wrap up on them. So currently, we have a new strategy that is running from 2024 all the way to 29 that I will talk to later on, that shows a number of ILC that we intend doing as the sub-RMO. We intend to incapacitate our people, of course, in pressure metrology, and as I said earlier, especially on the issue of high blood pressure machine calibration, which it was very clear during the just past pandemic that there was a big need in our area because we could not meet the demand that was coming to our laboratories. We also have a closing workshop in the area of volume and temperature that is ahead of us. As part of the current strategy, we have come with this new phenomena of the open ILC system, whereby we are going to run the inter-laboratory comparison that we did in the bygone strategy, to give opportunity for our member states to maintain their accreditation, and those who are coming on the scene also to participate accordingly. So for the ILC that we envisage running in the current strategy from 24 to 25, covers the areas of length, the area of force, the area of humidity, time and frequency, electrical metrology, chemical metrology, and also flow. Those are some of the artifacts that we are considering. Further on the future plan, we intend to embark on a lot of training on our metrologists, because we have quite a number of them that are new to the field, and some who were trained a long time back, some more than 10 years. We had the opportunity of being trained under the EU projects, and some have rusted, and also now that we also want to get into new fields. So fortunately, one of our sister NMI has established an institute for doing or for running training, either physically or theoretically, online or physical or otherwise, within our sub-RMO. Actually, it's not only open to us, it's also open to most of the continent. More so that the courses are tailor-made to meet the needs of Africa. I think I've come to the end of my presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your audience.
Thank you very much, SADC Met. Can I ask if there's any intervention or any questions from the floor on the SADC Met presentation? Our colleagues online? Seeing none, thank you very much once again, Mr. Kame. Can I then now call upon Yako SADC Mel, Yako Manovek?
Yes, Chair, I can hear you. Or Secretariat, I can hear you.
You may proceed, thank you.
Are you going to beam the presentation from there?
Yes.
Because I ordered. Welcome everybody to the presentation on the SADC activities for the year. I'm going to be very, very brief in this respect. Next slide. So just to update our current chairperson, Mr. Humphrey Nkombeni from the Zambia Meteorology Agency from the Republic of Zambia. Currently, we have as Vice Chair, Mrs. Stella Kawa. I must say that we have heard that Mrs. Kawa has retired, and we are awaiting the new details for the representative from the Republic of Tanzania. And then the head of the Secretariat and regional coordinator is myself from South Africa, working for the National Regulator for Compulsory Specifications. Next slide. This is the details of our 16 member countries, and we are awaiting official representative for Comoros to join our activities, but feel free if you should want to engage with other of the legal metrology bodies in SADC, you are free to contact them. Next slide. We had our 38th SADC committee meeting during our SADC TBT Cooperation Structure Week that was hosted in Luanda by the Republic of Angola, and with the assistance of the SADC Secretariat, it was presented in a hybrid format from the 11th to the 15th of March. For that committee meeting, our keynote speaker was Dr. van der Wiel from the RDI in the Netherlands, and that presentation, or his presentation, focused on the OML Guide 22, which then deals with electricity vehicle supply equipment, so that we can start focusing on how we will handle this aspect going forward with the influx of a lot of electrical vehicles in our various economies. We have also had other presentations from liaisons such as the PTB and OML. We received member country reports, reviewed them for planning purposes, and then we also had elections for office bearers. So I gladly can share that Zambia was reappointed as chairperson of SADC-MEL. That position was supposed to be taken up by Tanzania, but due to the unfavorable circumstances that they find themselves in with personnel changes and so forth, they have requested not to be elected as the incoming chairperson for the meeting. Other office bearers was South Africa for the Technical Committee 1 that deals with the sale of goods, the Democratic Republic of Congo that is chairing TC2 that deals with measuring instruments, Botswana, which is the chairperson of TC3, which deals with all of our codes of procedure, Zambia, TC4, that's dealing with our training activities, and Mozambique was selected as our ordinary member on EXCO to represent SADC-MEL in EXCO activities. Next slide. Just a couple of highlights for our work plan for this year. We are in contact with our sponsors, and we are for now going to do 2 projects. The first would be the revision of our SADC-MEL document 1 and document 4, dealing with the sale of goods, to also formally harmonize the statistical method in document 4 with the OML document, which has previously not been done. And then after SADC-MEL had some, or SADC had some internal strategy development, we would craft our SADC-MEL strategy plan to also support the SADC strategy as a whole. We also then plan for the participation at the AFRIMETS TC Legal, as well as the workshop in AFRIMETS GA. So you will find that a lot of our members are participating and have even taken the opportunity to in person support the activities of AFRIMETS. Other training events that is planned by our training committee is that of electricity meters, speed measuring devices, and water meters over the next couple of years. Also of importance to us would be our participation in the CIML meeting that would this year be virtually present or be virtually presented from the 22nd to the 24th of October, also due to cost-saving methods and reasons. Next slide. Then I can say that various of our member countries then attended the 58th CIML meeting and subsequent meetings that was, and associated meetings that was held in Thailand from the 16th to the 19th of October, and that was hosted in the Shangri-La Hotel in Chiang Mai. During that meetings, we also had a very successful seminar dealing with the future of the OML in the digital area, and that has culminated in a lot of work for the digitization work group in the coming year or a couple of years to ensure that OML plays a role in the digital area. And we're looking forward in receiving more information back from that group. Next slide. Other highlighted activities, I think this year everybody spoke about it, World Metrology Day, and most of our countries and members participated in the events around World Metrology Day, either in having workshops or having articles published, or just in short, maybe having addresses in publications to put the importance and tell the world about the importance of metrology and how it affects our daily lives and in how we sustain or will need to sustain ourselves in the future. Next slide. I think that is in brief quickly my presentation of the activities. If there's any questions, I will be willing to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jaco. I don't know if the people in the conference have any comment, question. Anybody? Good. Online, I don't think there's anybody. So thank you very much for such a very informative presentation, and also for a big number of members who attended this GA from your team. So I think there being no other question, I would like to thank you, and we move to the next agenda.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Good. Members, I think we've had a very busy day. We have one more agenda, and it's about the program for tomorrow. Tomorrow we have closed GA, which we are going to start at 9 o'clock, and we plan to run up to 5:30. But if we are able to move faster, we will be able to finish. So I think this is a meeting where we have the EXCO, we have the SRMO's representatives, and then the AFRIMET members, representatives. We also have our development partners and invited guests. So I don't have much to say on that, unless my colleague here from the Secretariat want to say something. But so that's what we'll do tomorrow. I know all of you are really tired after a whole busy day. And remember, one of my board members wanted me to release you early so that you can sample Nairobi before you can go back. So I think I have to oblige, otherwise how will I explain? Yeah, so the members of staff here, if anybody wants to go and see Nairobi, be a good tour guide, yes, or they want to see around here. Good. So I don't have much to say. I just want to say that we will convene tomorrow at 9 o'clock. I think around here. It could be the same room, but somewhere around here. So with those few remarks, I want to declare today's day, event, and activities have come to an end. We can have a break. I know there's a cup of tea outside here. Make sure you have a cup of tea and have a good, restful afternoon. Thank you very much. So welcome for a cup of tea and a free afternoon. Thank you.